Welcome everybody again to our work. We're doing two meetings today, a workshop with a small break, and then the regular meeting to do some voting. So I'd like to call the meeting to order, and we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll start the public comment. So I guess if we can do the Pledge of Allegiance right quick. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thanks. So, let's see. Can you put up the phone number for us? So we'll start the comment period. So as you see, the phone number is 702-589-9629. I forget, is this live streaming? Does this one or not? Okay. I was thinking, I thought some weren't and some weren't. I wasn't sure which was what.
All of them are live streaming during COVID.
Okay, thank you. So I wouldn't know if I was just talking into YouTube when I... Okay, thank you. So again, the call-in number is 702-589-9629. And as we're waiting, just a reminder that it is a limited in-person attendance now for the committees. And if you would like to attend, please contact the clerk's office. The number there is 702-293-9208. 9208. If you'd like to ask for reserve a spot in the next meetings, so it would be for any other meetings coming in the future. So again, the number is 702-589-9629. We'll give about another 30 seconds and then we'll start the regular agenda. Thanks. Okay, let's go ahead and start the regular agenda, and I don't see that there's any need to reorder the agenda. Does anybody have any comments or would like to reorder the agenda? Okay, so we'll go to, what's that? Okay, so we have, so the first agenda item is discussion of the utilities operating budget report for the city council that Eileen Wilkinson had crafted for us, and it was in the packet. So do you have that on the packet available that we can put on the screen? Well, they're putting it up, might not even need, did anybody have any comments on the, so my understanding and is if you want to talk about that, Eileen, you put it into a memo form.
Yes, I just put it in memo form and explained pretty much the steps we went through and the delay in getting information. And that while we are not necessarily in support of it, we don't have any opposition. And a suggestion for the future.
Being in memo form, I don't see there's a reason that we need to present it at a council meeting. I think this is pretty basic information that stands alone. Am I misunderstanding anything? Great.
It stands on its own.
Okay, thank you. So, is there any comments? Did everybody have a chance to read it, and did everybody have any modifications or comments or anything? Did we want to read? Oh, go ahead, Ned.
I was just saying that I read through it, it looked very accurate to me and kind of basically summed up what we had been through and the process and some of the bottlenecks we'd run into, and I thought it was a good letter.
Yeah, I thought you did a great job, so I just want to make sure we had an opportunity.
Yes, thank you, Eileen. Good job.
I think it should be presented to council. I mean, let them hear this from us. Otherwise, this thing can get buried somewhere in the thickets, and no one will know. Whereas if you actually present it to them, then they know that we've had problems, and that determines how much weight they present. They put on the information that we give to them. If we're not getting the information in a timely manner, they should know that. That's just my opinion.
Go ahead, Greg.
The utilities director has a pre-meeting every council meeting beforehand. He can bring that to their attention as part of the pre-meeting, and that way they'll be aware of it. I don't think this needs to be given out to the public per se. I think this is something that is within the confines of the city offices and the city management as to the lack of, I'll use the term respect to the advisory committee and the lack of information, which is causing a bottleneck, and you'll have to agree, George, with everything that we're trying to do to help the city.
Well, I can disagree with what you said. That's okay. We don't have to have a consensus. It's maybe, again, 5-6 to 1.
I love the banter, but my problem is with the turnover of council members coming up real quick. The council member that you might want to take and have the information given to is not going to hear it if you present it to them in a council format.
No, I respect your opinion. I just disagree. That's all. So there's just
That's
one
fine.
person who disagrees. That's all. I'm not trying to put a spanner in the works. I think they should get this information. You don't. That's fine.
I think they should get it, but I'm saying it doesn't need to be broadcast in a public forum.
Yeah, I think it should, and you don't. So we disagree, but that's okay. That's why we have several members on the committee.
And if we want to, we can take a vote at the regular meeting, but since it's a workshop, we won't be voting. But I'm seeing some nods, so I think most of the committee agrees it's just a memo and just send the memo out.
Yeah, I would agree with that, with what Greg said. I think it doesn't need to be out there that wide.
I guess just for discussion purposes, and maybe you can, I guess we can discuss it now, but at the next meeting decide, is this memo something you want us sending out to council, or do you as the chair want to send it out? And then we can certainly brief them on it in our every 2-week briefings.
I think we've sent most of it through you, but in this case, if you could, I think it would be okay to CC us. If we have any problem with that?
Yeah, we would just blind copy you, so that just because you're part of a committee that's also under Robert's rules, just to make sure we're safe.
Okay.
We would blind copy all the committee, and we do the same thing with city council.
If you don't mind, I would say, unless, again, maybe we can vote on that at the meeting, but if people want to sort of nod their head, I'd say go ahead and have you send out, but make sure we get CC'd. So we just need to, there's still been a little confusion on how things have been sent, so if we can make sure it gets sent to us, then we know it went out.
Yeah.
But that way, but as Greg says, if you reiterate it at the meeting, the next time you have a briefing with them, then you've sent it out and then you reminded them that they should have it.
Right. And then the other question would be, would you prefer us to put this on city letterhead and obviously take the draft off, but city letterhead memo? I don't know if Eileen, if you have an opinion one way or another.
So I'm seeing go ahead, Greg.
It's the committee that is admonishing or sending a lack of response or help to this committee from city personnel. So unless we've got our own letterhead as a committee, I don't think the city should be putting the letterhead or their on top of that and then sending it out. We do not have unless we're sanctioned to be able to do that, Dennis, use the city seal and stuff like that on this letterhead, this draft document.
Yeah, I would have to verify that, but I suspect you can, because you were sworn in.
Okay, and then the other thing is, if we do that, do we as committee members have to have our names, like chair, co-chair, and members on the left-hand side of the document?
Yeah, good question. We'll find that out.
Okay.
I think it might be good to CC maybe the city manager, because in some sense, these finance people answer more to this. Oh, is
It's
that on there?
going to him
Okay, sorry.
as well. Yep, just to let you know. Yep.
Yeah, Eileen put that in the title. So, I guess,
Bear with us for a moment.
okay,
Issue with the screen coming up.
okay. Does anybody need to read through it, or do we just want to vote on it at the regular meeting? Okay, I'm seeing nods. Are you okay with that, Eileen? You okay with that, George? Okay. So that'll give them a little more time. Go ahead, Marty.
I just want to make sure that the report she wrote is going to go to the city council, right? That is.
Of course.
Okay, all right, just making sure I understood it.
Yeah, we'll basically the letterhead, see, we have it to the city council and the city manager. correct?
Let's read it off the draft, now where we're not guessing. So it says to the mayor and city council, the acting city manager, Mr. Michael Mays, the utilities director, Mr. Dennis Porter, from the utility advisory committee. The only thing is, for people that are just coming into city council, they don't know who's on the utility advisory committee. That's why I'm asking the questions of whether or not our names and our titles or on this committee should be listed on the right-hand side.
But do you want them to be, or do?
Absolutely.
Okay.
As far as I'm concerned, this could be written by anybody and sent, and, you know, there's no teeth.
Okay, then
You know,
that's,
I think that we are a committee and we are recognized as committee and sworn in officers of the committee.
okay,
So
so
the only thing I'm having is, I don't know if the city seal can be put on that, but because we're working as committee members of the city, should be, but like I said, that's for the attorney to decide.
since this is we're trying to have this as a little more low-key, I can agree with the names on it, then we decide in the future what we want to do, how official we want things to be. As a suggestion, if everybody wants something more, then we can definitely do it. It's just I'm saying we can do something now and then decide what the next one, if it needs to be more official or not. But by having the names on the members, if that's what everybody wants, then, or if the majority wants it, then I don't see a problem with it, and that'd be the one thing. So, I guess we'll have to make sure, let's get that down on this minutes, that it's the change, and then we can do it on it. So I don't know if, Dennis, can you get that down, or do you want it, Josh? Okay, so we'll just make sure then when we vote on it, we will make sure that's the change. So we have,
Take the draft off, and the only question will be whether it's on the letterhead or not. You'll know the answer when it goes out.
okay. So was there anything else? Oh, and there it is. So Greg, this is almost more like an email layout, and you're suggesting that we would have it more as a letterhead layout. So similar to what they do, where they have the names of the council and stuff on the side. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, what I'm saying is, right now, based upon what we're looking at, we're all nodding in agreement with one dissent, because we can't vote, but on how this thing's supposed to go. But my thing is hey, we're not being treated fairly as to being able to gather and get information needed to make a decision as a committee. So that's the basic gist of it. Now, if you go later on, 2 years down the road, you decide you want to search for this document, You're not gonna be able to search for it if it's buried as an email or an email type font document. It has to be an official document. So when it's scanned, it has a title and you can go looking for it later on in the electronic servers.
Okay, so what, Dennis or Josh or somebody, what do we need to do to, is everybody okay for them just to put it into a more of a formal format, or do people want to see it go out again? It's just gonna stall a little bit if we have to see it as a committee and go back out again. So we'll just, let the city put it into a formal format and then send it out.
You know, I don't know that we need to come down as hard as it sounds like we're gonna be coming down on them. We just want knowing that we're having issues, we have had issues getting the information that we need to get in a timely fashion but I hate to throw a gauntlet down because we're still a small organization and there are personalities and people involved, and I don't think we wanna try and get into an adversarial type relationship. So I don't know, I'd like to keep it a little more low key if we can, if there's a way to do that without getting so formal.
Is there anything that you want to modify on the statement itself to just trying to keep the overall document a little more low-key?
I think the verbiage is there is fine. I don't have any problem with the way it's written. So, I mean, but however we want to present it is I just think we can keep it a little bit more low-key than trying to make it elevate it to too high of a level, I guess.
Now, so are you okay with having the members' names on it, or would you prefer to keep that even less?
I don't care. I mean, I don't care if my name's on it or not. I mean, that seems to make it a little more formal and a little more onerous. And I don't know that we need to go to that level, but I mean, if that's what it requires, then I guess we could do that, so.
George,
I don't see it as necessarily being adversarial. It's like you have a committee. The committee is supposed to give advice. If it can't get the advice in a timely manner, it can't function. We're not calling people names, it's just, what's the purpose of this committee if we can't get the information in time to give advice to the council? That's all. If that's considered adversarial, then I don't know, maybe this is adversarial too. I don't understand. It's the wrong way to approach this. It's like we can't do our job because they're not doing their job. It's that simple. And the council needs to know that.
I'm fine with whatever, really. Not that big of a deal to me, but I mean, I see what George is saying, and I have no problem with that either. That makes sense, so.
well, there's sort of a thing in the comment. I think everybody has made good comments because we don't want to be adversarial. We want to try to work as a team. We want to work with everybody the best we can. So if we can make it, especially, you know, it's almost like a lot of times when I was working with the government, it was when the new WSCC started, and actually it was the old days, WECC. They used to send out colored letters, and so the more you were late or something like that, they would send out a more colorful letter. Is actually just the color of the letter it was. So somebody at one time said it might even be, when it got really bad, it was a fluorescent pink or something like that. It was sort of to get your attention type thing. Okay, this has gone too far. And so that's the thing I'm saying. I agree. Let's make it a little more less adversarial in the beginning. If we have to push harder, if we're still getting pushed back in a certain time, then we can elevate it. But right now but I think we're finding a sort of an in between, and we can vote on it at the next meeting to make sure that what everybody wants is the best. What's the majority want that works out the best? Go ahead, George.
For me, it's more an issue of timescales, as I can see a crisis looming with the utilities on a certain timescale, and if we don't respond on that timescale, then we lose control of the situation, and you can call that adversarial or not. It's like if there's a crisis, if you're in a boat and you're heading for a rapid, and you've got 2 minutes to make your move, but you're having a debate on the boat back and forth about, well, let's vote on it, and that takes you 5 minutes, then you've lost control. And that's the risk I see. So it's not a matter of, again, calling each other names. That happens often enough in here. It's not about I don't mean on this committee. I mean, this room is a room of controversy, but it's not about being adversarial. It's about reacting in a timely manner to certain things, to giving advice in a timely manner, I would say. That's the issue. That's what we should be discussing rather the tone, we can make it more polite, you know, we highly respect the finance people, we appreciate whatever, but it's about responding in time so that the utilities don't come crashing down over our heads.
Like I said, I think the best way then is just we'll vote, but I guess right now, I guess one thing, so we can get it and make it easier for the vote, is that is it okay if we put it into more of a formal letter type with the names? At least that way, I guess Greg has a point that at least they know who it's from, and it probably has a little more bearing, and it's not that adversarial, that's part of it. So so I think that's what Dennis has got down. Ned, you're, okay. So Dennis will keep it that way, and then that's the way we'll vote, and then we'll go, if anybody else has anything. If you want to discuss, I'm happy, but go ahead.
Yeah, so what we're saying is there's no changes in the body of the draft. The only thing we're gonna do is add a couple things on to polish it up, to presentation. Okay, but what George is saying is absolutely correct. We have a duty to take and support the city council members in their decisions, and by this delay with the city finance section, we have missed the boat on that. So one of our timescales is disappeared, and we cannot report anything as to the city budget we were supposed to report on.
Okay, I can agree with that, so. Okay, so Eileen, did you have anything else on the document?
No.
Okay. Okay, then, I guess, so we will close, unless there's any more comments on that, we will close that item, and because we will be redoing it in the regular meeting. And then we'll go to item number 2, which is the rate resolutions. So, Josh, can you bring those up? Whatever's handy, if it's whatever, if you're bringing up the package, whatever comes first. Yeah, if you can zoom that in, that'd be great. I guess while we're getting that organized, Dennis, since it's the one comment from the email from last time, it relates to the credit, if I understand the comment right. So it's in the minute package, it's in the regular meeting, but I think it would still relate to the resolution. So relating to, so I guess it's Aaron Meadow made a comment, and I don't think we want to go into it, but I think just that we can, because I'm still trying to work it out and to see how much we can recognize some of these comments from it and how much we can't, but maybe just when we get into the solar aspect, when we start talking about it, this would be something we could talk more
Yeah,
about.
or I can even comment on it right now. Aaron's brought up a number of issues, or Mr. Meadows brought up a number of issues. Not all of them are solar or net metering, so we're gonna be meeting with them in the very near future.
Okay. But I think it sounds like we do need to get something out that the public understands that what the full issue is. Because I'm not sure they're not going to understand from the resolution why it's being done the way it is. And so if we can get that out there somehow, that might be something to do sometime in the future.
Yeah, I read Mr. Meadows' comment as well, and I think it needs to be talked about, because he makes a good point.
Okay. I just didn't want to ignore it, and same thing with Fred's. I'm not trying to ignore Fred's either's comments. It's just sometimes it fits and sometimes it doesn't with the aspects that we can talk about. So I thought we could at least say we recognize it, and so thank you, Ned. Okay, so here we go. So I had suggested a few changes. I don't know if you wanted me to go with that, or if people have read it, and if they're happy with what's there, then how does everybody want to proceed?
Are you talking about reviewing the rate resolution?
Yes.
Okay. I have some questions, so I'm kind of thinking we should go through it.
Okay, let's just go. So why don't you go page by page? And so I guess right there, the first section, leave it there for a minute, Josh. Do you have, any comments on that first part there, Eileen?
Yes, in our discussions at the March 29th meeting, on the first schedule, RS, the residential service, when you get to the next one, it talks about a master metered facility of greater than 5 units, but there's nothing that addresses a master meter with fewer than 5 units.
Correct, so that would be in section A, so is there any concerns with, anything before section A? So now I guess you can scroll down, Josh, to section, so the resolutions, I think there's value in keeping it. When I've been doing the research, it's easy to go in and look at the current resolution and find out what the old resolutions are and what to look up, so I prefer to keep that whereas is there, so I'm good with that. And then the fiscal year was deleted, the one whereas relating to the fiscal year, so we suggested that, because I should say that Greg and I is what we did a review of this and then sent our comments in. And so we suggested putting in that comment about fiscal year and then bringing the fiscal year forward.
Is this gonna be run through spell check?
Did we misspell it on it, Greg?
I'm just trying, I don't remember, it's maybe me, because I haven't been typing for quite a few years, but which is beginning of the fiscal year FY 2022? Is there 2 ends and a beginning?
Yes.
Huh. That's why I said spell check.
So then now we get to Eileen's comment, and she's exactly right. We did have a comment. The B starts with 5, and A just says it just refers to a single. So do we say 1 through 4, or how do we sort of clarify that? Ned, did you have a?
Well, yeah, basically what they're doing, what they're saying is if you got an apartment complex that only has 4 units in it, they're gonna have 4 meters. Something like this is, greater than 5, they're gonna go to a master meter where possibly they'll have 1 meter that will be for the entire complex. And so that's how they're going through how they're gonna proportion those costs, I think, among the various domiciles, the various residences in that grouping, I think.
Well, if you had a duplex, which I think is what's stated, isn't a duplex stated in B? Where am I missing? Oh, that must be water. I think water
Yeah,
must.
it's water.
Water has duplexes. But if you have a single meter on a duplex, that's doing 2 facilities.
Right.
And so that's where I guess some of us are confused. So so you could have less than, you're saying that if you had an apartment complex with 4, you would have 5 that would have a standard meter. But a lot of fourplex places that only have 4 don't have a single meter, do they?
No, typically,
Individual
everybody
meter.
always has their own meter, because that gets difficult, you can, how to portion out those costs, because some people use more power than the others. And so I'm thinking that even, you could probably have as many as 10 units and still have 10 meters, I think, if you want to. You don't have to go to a master meter. Usually a master meter is 1 meter that reads the entire complex. And then it's up to them to figure out how they're gonna charge all the individual tenants the electricity charge.
So electric's different than the water. Water is more commonly has 1 meter
Right,
for
1 meter,
several
because it doesn't make
areas.
sense to have all these little apartments with their own water meters. So-
But a meter is, okay, that's good knowledge. I misunderstood. So
Well,
if that's the case,
And we did run that through, because I put down the note on the question, do we need to add the number of units? Our billing folks, think it's fine the way it's written.
Well, just as an example, let's say somebody puts in a building permit for a duplex. Are they required anywhere to put in 2 meters, 1 for each side?
Yes.
Marvin's saying no.
Depends on,
For a duplex?
well, it depends on how it's being metered.
Let's ask Marvin.
If it's 1 unit, the owner can decide how to charge those customers. For instance, the 2 mobile home parks, Red Mountain,
that's a master meter, but they're all individual meter, but those belong to the complex, and we only have one master meter, so what we send them. So that depends on the structure, but as a norm, yes, there is 2 meters,
But that,
one per,
right, but that would be handled under the Schedule B, right?
right.
So,
Okay, so there would be no instance, say I'm gonna build a duplex, and I wanna put just 1 meter on that duplex. Can I?
Yeah.
Then how would I be billed, because it's
Well,
not
that,
covered?
again, that would be the owner billing whoever he's renting to.
No, how would the city bill me?
How the city billed you, they would bill you for what is used.
it
No,
would bill off the master meter.
Yes.
Yeah, whoever name signed up for the service, that's who get the bill.
right, but what I'm saying is the resolution doesn't define if I would get billed as a Schedule RS, because I sure wouldn't get billed as a Schedule RSM, because that defines greater than 5 units. So how would you bill me? Would I just get, I'd get the benefit of just being billed as a
RS,
RS?
yes.
Yeah,
So
That, I mean,
I'm not paying the extra base charges. Whereas in the,
no, you wouldn't be paying the extra base charges because you're only paying for 1 meter. That's it.
right,
Yeah, so no, there's no additional base charge.
and it's up to you to figure out how you're gonna proportion that energy
Between the
that's used
two.
out.
but Schedule RS says in a single-family accommodation. So my point is, we need to identify how you would bill a duplex, a triplex, or a fourplex if they just had 1 meter.
No. It's still
one
one
bill.
meter to that complex. It doesn't matter. He
So-
he can subdivide it into 10. Who cares? You're still being billed for what that complex is using off the city. That doesn't matter.
I'm talking about the base charge.
The base charge is for 1 meter.
$10.
Okay, but the resolution specifically says a single-family residence. And then the next section says 5 units or greater. There is nothing that tells me or the city how they're supposed to bill a duplex, a triplex, or a fourplex.
The city recognizes that if there's 1 meter, the city still recognizes that as a single unit.
Okay.
No matter how, that's like me having a 4-bedroom home and I sublet 3 of the rooms. It's still one resident, and that's how the city views that.
Okay, but, so that's informal. What I'm just saying is, should it be in the ordinance so that there's no questions down the road?
I think it's semantics, but I mean, that's up to you guys, I guess.
It's been this way forever.
What if we just,
Why don't,
what if we
why
just,
don't, if you want, I can just, again, run this through, the utility billing folks, and they didn't seem to have any concerns or issues the way it was written, but I'd be more than happy to run it through them again, because we're gonna run this all through everybody one more time anyway.
well, what if we just said, took out family? Because even though single fits your aspect, family is a technicality that somebody could come back and say, this isn't a single family aspect, and so theoretically, it should err on everybody under 5 units, it should err on their benefit, and it should be a $10 charge. So there should be no harm, no foul. But for some reason, if anybody wanted to argue with it, Eileen has a point that single family, somebody could say it's not, the intent isn't necessarily what it says.
When you look at like a zoning issue, and you've got zoning for single family, and you've got zoning for multiple units, and you've got zoning, I'm not sure what Boulder City has, if they've got specific references to duplexes or whatever. But when you use the word single family unit, that is 1 unit.
I don't think there's an argument.
Okay.
Again,
What I'm saying is you're using that term in the
I think
resolution.
I get what you're saying, if they're using the exact same terminology, and it could mean something different,
Yes,
then we have a discrepancy between the definition of single-family in the zoning ordinance versus, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So, yeah, we can certainly check into that. I think the way to handle this is, your point, I think, is a valid point. And I think we probably do need to make sure there's no discrepancy between the zoning ordinances versus how these are written. The only thing I know for sure, talking to them and having them review this, is it hasn't come up as an issue, but I can see where I guess it could.
Because you get charged an extra $50 if it's greater than 5 units, but it's only $10 for
Less than.
less, so.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. So then, so we're okay then, we just take the highlight off, everybody, so that's the way it's read, and we're okay, just greater than 5 units. It was just highlighted, I guess, as a reminder to check this out. So you okay with that, Eileen, just that part of it?
Yeah.
Okay, so we just take the highlight off, of course, but that was just there as a reminder.
Are we gonna put a highlight back on the RS, language here for single-family accommodations? So we remember it, to go back and look at it?
I guess that would be good if, for the city to put I think single family, if you highlight single family, that should tell you that's
Yeah,
what the concern is.
Because I got a note in the sidebar saying 1-4, so that means I was thinking the same thing that she's talking about, where I'm thinking anything
I
under
have the
5
same-
units.
I have the same note.
Okay, but that's highlighted, thank you, that's a good deal.
Can I make a picky comment, and you guys can discuss? So the resolution goes in May. So, and I know, Larry, you were, changed, we used current on purpose, because when it goes in May, it is the current rate. It doesn't become the previous rate until this resolution goes into effect July 1st. So it sounds like a picky comment, but.
Well, but once the resolution goes into effect, it is the current, it was the previous rate. So your current is only good for 2 months.
No, it's the current rate when it was approved, so it's a question of semantics, I think, but.
Unless you say current
seems to make more sense to me, but.
Previous. But I think you've got both issues. You've got, when somebody's looking at it, so they look at it your way, I can agree with you, but they also can look at it
Right.
the way some of us look at it, is that you look at that and you're going, okay, here's the current, but here's the fiscal year 22. And then theoretically, in fiscal year 23, if we don't change it, then what is it then?
Right.
Then current could be deemed that it's current. Where if you said previous, there's no doubt what that means.
Or prior.
Well, prior and previous, but yeah, either way, I think that's, because what they're trying to say is, I see that, and I thought about that the same
I did
thing,
too,
for
and
2 months.
we actually started with prior. So, I don't know, any thoughts? Maybe it's not that big a deal.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, because this is only gonna be for a space of a month or two, and then it's a moot
Okay.
issue, so I think people will figure it out, so I wouldn't worry about it.
Previous.
Previous or prior? Well, previous, okay, since it's already there?
Okay.
Okay. Appreciate it. Anything else, Dennis?
I don't know.
Okay, so, did you want to go? Did you have it? So Eileen, you had some additional?
It's further on.
Okay, well then, anybody else have anything in next couple pages? Or any of the sections? So you've got the residentials, then we have the commercial. So we suggested, and it looks like, so that was okay, Dennis, the general service schedule and commercial service schedule? That way if somebody's looking, they can, for the commercial, they see it actually in writing?
Yep.
Okay. So that was a change, and then the previous, and, okay.
At some point, I know I was talking to Larry a little earlier about this time of use general service for the large users, kind of where'd that come from? Because it looks like it's kind of a penalty. Typically, when you have large users, you usually give them some benefits and sometimes cheaper rates because they're cheaper to serve. But this goes back to the days when if you go way back in 1980, when they passed the limited growth moratorium or ordinance here in Boulder City that basically limited the growth to a certain level. I asked, I was born in Boulder City. When I was growing up, clean, green Boulder City meant green meant trees and grass, because this town was beautiful. All the avenues were carpeted. I used to walk up Avenue G to school. In fact, this was my 5th grade classroom right here. And you'd walk up those avenues and they were canopied. The trees were so dense that everything was green. But as the town started to grow, Lewis Homes started building homes down below Adams, and the town started growing, because when I was growing up, the end of town was the bottom of the PE field at the high school. That was all desert below that. So people got concerned that we had a good thing going here. We had a quality of life, but we also had some pretty amazing things. We had a good allocation of water from the government to sustain the city, and also a sizable allocation of power out of Hoover Dam at a very low rate. People were concerned about this. And so there was a time, getting specifically to this high rate, there was a time when I was asked to go down with the mayor at one point. We went down and spoke to the guy that does the switch facilities, Rob Roy. And there was a desire to install one of those facilities here in Boulder City. Very large facility, a lot of employment, a lot of things going with it. But his thing that he was looking at was our cheap power. He recognized that we had, because those things are major power users, huge amounts of power. And he thought, man, Boulder City's got some of the cheapest power around, we'll go for it. And so that kind of got us thinking, we better be careful looking down the road, because we could have somebody like that show up here and basically drain everything that we had as far as a resource for our cheap power. And so we passed this, the council got with us, and they decided to pass a rate like this that would basically discourage very large users from coming in and cherry picking the power that we had available to them. Same thing goes with the water. There were concerns about, because we only had, at the time, I think we had about 9,000 or 10,000 acre feet of water that the government was allocated to Boulder City. And then when we joined with SNWA, we picked that, went up to about 18,000 acre feet. I think right now, we're only using 10 or 11,000 acre feet, and there's about 7,000 acre feet that we don't use. And so part of the deal was to, this increasing block rate was to raise the water cost high so that we didn't exceed that allocation and run ourselves into problem. The problem is that the water that we don't use, Las Vegas takes and uses it, and they sell it and they make money with it. So we need to be careful looking down the road to our water rates, that this increasing block rate doesn't get so high that we basically encourage everybody in town to do away with their grass and trees and everything else. And all of a sudden our water usage goes down. We're going to have to start charging more for the water that we do use, and that revenue stream that is coming to us at this point will no longer be there. So we just need to be careful. But I thought it was important to maybe bring up some of the history of why things are the way they are. Some of these rates, I know that when Ralph Tillis did their rate study, they're used to doing rates for all over the country. You know, every utility is fairly similar, but Boulder City always was a little bit unique. So we had different ways of doing things, and that's some of the justification and the reasons that they are as they are. I know some people look at this and say, well, what in the world was behind that? But there was a reason for all of this back in the day. So just kind of threw that out there as just some general information.
Water is an issue of supply and demand. Do you know how much water is allocated? We get our water from the Colorado River. Do you know how much water is allocated by the legal obligations of the compact?
I think Boulder, are you talking Boulder City share?
No, the whole system.
The whole system, there are about 10 million, 10,000, was it, 10 million acre feet that comes down the river to this portion, but, no, 10,000 acre feet, because California gets 4.5, I'm sorry, million, it is 10 million acre feet of water that comes down the Colorado River. About 4.4 million goes to California. Nevada gets about 300, but up with the return flow credits around 400 and some acre feet. Arizona gets about these are numbers that I can't remember, 2 million acre feet roughly.
2.8.
And 2.8. So anyway, what I'm saying is, yeah, there's just an allocated amount of water that's available, and that is not, we're using less than that. And
well,
I understand that.
So 16.5 million acre feet is what's allocated by the whole system. 7.5 million upper basin, 7.5 million lower basin.
And the lower basin is what comes down below Arizona.
1.5 million to Mexico. Now, do you know how much water is coming in this water year?
This what?
We've allocated 16.5 million acre feet. How much is coming in from the snow melt this water year?
This year, probably about 7 or 8, I don't know for sure.
It's less than 50% of what's
Right,
allocated.
that's why I'm saying 7 or 8, yeah.
So you're saying we should somehow not be cutting our water when we're using 2/3 of our allocation?
Yeah, no, I have no problem with that, but we're very small fish in this ocean. I mean, yeah, I guess it'd be nice if everybody does it, but Boulder City, we've had this, part of our limited growth ordinance was to cut back on water usage. And that was part of the deal, was to preserve what we
Well,
had.
maybe this isn't the place, but it's a numbers game, and water's a physical quantity. It's, you can't, and if every small user says, I don't count because I'm small, I mean, the numbers are not adding up. That's why we keep draining the reservoirs. You can see it.
Well, then I look at that too as an issue, because you're right. I know we're seeing decreased flows. I know that weather patterns change, and sometimes, and that may turn around. I don't know when, but I hope it will one of these days. But I also look at it as if it ever got close to that point, I really think that at some point they'd have to step in and do something about it. I know you know probably as well as I do, there's about 100 million acre-feet of water that flows into the Pacific Ocean out of the Columbia River Basin. And that's water that could be used in California, could be used in the desert Southwest. It would take some money to do it, but money would do it. I mean, there is money and there is water available that could happen, assuming that things got to that level where it was that critical that we were going to maybe run out of water in the Colorado River. There are other water resources in the West that could be used that have to change laws. Right now, I understand there's a law with the federal government has you can't even talk about taking water out of the Pacific Northwest. They won't even sustain that, can't even talk about it. But that could maybe be an option one of these days. So I'm saying, yeah, that's an issue, but it's not here yet, and it still may be a few years away.
No, it is here now, because the water from the system for this century has been 12 million acre-feet a year out of the 16.5.
I know, but we have a lake that is going down, and it could continue to go down.
It's gonna go down this year. I mean,
Yes, I know that.
it's not magic.
But, so
I'm
I
only
think we
pushing
need to-
back because
we
you're
need to-
raising the issue. I didn't raise it out of thin air. You raised this issue.
Well, let's just, we
So if I
can,
could make a suggestion, this is actually item 4. So,
yeah, so,
Okay.
save it for that.
so we'll talk more in that in detail. Nick, thanks for the history, because I think that's one of the things that we need to know more about. And so right now, I don't think we're gonna take the time to understand these different, rates aspect, but that was one thing I was thought we were gonna do when, in the rate study report, was they said they were gonna do a rate design study. I thought they were gonna look at how it was laid out and explain it to us. And so I think in the future, discussing that and having the history helps. So I appreciate that. So we just need to, sort of look and sort of understand what's going on and then go further. So are you okay with how the way E reads, or are you just sort of giving us history?
No, I'm fine with it. Yeah, I'm good with that. It was an opportunity to bring that up, is what I
Okay,
did, so.
I appreciate that.
Sure.
Okay, so did anybody else have anything on, anything else? So where is your next comment at, Eileen?
My next comment is on page 7.
Okay, does there anybody have any concerns before page 7? Okay, so why don't we go to page 7? And then Eileen, what are your concerns?
We had discussed including a rate for under 100 watts.
And I think we've included that, so
Yeah,
let's.
that's here, but I was just wondering how they came up with the dollar amount, 731. Was it a percentage less than?
It was a very complex formula of cost
Correlation.
averaging. So what we did was we took the 1049, which is showing 176 to 399 watts. We subtracted the 899, and then what we did was we reduced the 899 by that number, thereabouts. Because the problem is, we've never monitored or metered anything that small in increment. So this is just a prototype to see if it's gonna work.
Okay.
The biggest problem I got is when we were looking at this, there was nothing in here, and like Dennis says, it ties into conservation, but we don't have an electrical conservation agenda. We just have got this in this. And what we're trying to do is make it more equitable to where if we have a meter that is registering under 100 watts, we can capture it at some kind of rate or potential, because you can't go up to hit the 100 watt if you're not using 100 watts. That's not fair to the consumers.
Right,
And
right.
just so this committee knows, the area lighting is something we're phasing out over time anyway. I mean, it's
Right.
it's at the request of the customer. It's just one of those things that really we don't need to be providing anymore.
But
And
you
this-
remember the old amp probe meters? I know this guy next to me remembers where we had to wrap the wire through the thing to get the multiplier to register the current.
Right.
So it gets so low that it can't be registered, so you gotta get something in there monetarily to cover that.
cover it, yeah.
And with everybody going to LEDs, which I'm a proponent of, the savings are fantastic, and also the longevity. And we, the city, are starting to do LED street lighting, LED metered lighting, all kinds of different things, but we don't have a deal in our schedule to cover it.
And when these, need maintenance or, you know, the lamp is out, we're just taking them out of service. We're not even doing it anymore. So over time, this will go away.
Well, so because I know because this part of this, or is this all of it, sort of concerns people having their off a power pole, so it lights an area up for
Yeah,
security purposes? Is that gonna
Historically,
be?
it was at the request of the customer, but the way we've been looking at this going forward, starting a couple of years ago, is now the customer can install their own security lighting through solar, you know, through all these other easy-to-install methods, so we don't need to be in the business of providing security for a customer
Okay, I guess
Well,
with area lighting.
And there's
so-
also a lot of complaints. You put it in an alley and then you got neighbors that are getting
That's-
light in their
that-
bedroom windows and they don't like it.
And that's the other half of it.
Yeah,
50% of
I've been there,
you're
done that.
making half of them unhappy by adding the light for the one customer. So it's
Okay.
kind of a no-win situation. The customers now can install that type of lighting very easily, and it just gets us out of that debate that has to occur every time we have a request. So
Well-
we stopped offering that about 2 years
Okay.
ago. But we still have some customers, so we gotta leave this in there.
Well, thank you. It's just, and the more we know about that, if we get somebody asking, ask why that was dropped or something like that, or why city's no longer doing it, then we would have an answer. So, more information we have, the better off we are. Good.
Thank you, Greg. I just wanted some discussion as to how that number came about in case anybody asked. So thank you very much.
Yeah, there are some mobile home associations that are responsible 100% for street lighting in the sense of the bill. But factored into that is also, somebody has to fix the darn things. So we do have to give some kind of monies into the city to do the repairs on anything under a certain wattage. And that's where we ran into some problems, because I know of a couple mobile home parks, probably the Ned and Dennis and everybody else knows them, that are actually being metered for all their street lighting. Okay, but the thing is who's repairing them? You know, and unless there's a contract written between the homeowners association and the city as to the city's responsible for maintenance, repair, and upkeep, you know, it's kind of at the whim and the wish of what we're gonna be doing, you know? So we need to get that cleaned up. And this here, if you put in this, 0 to 100, 99, basically what it is, it would encourage some of the people to start going into LED lighting on their homeowners associations and PUD developments, irrigation systems and controls. So, you know, you don't see any kind of wattage really coming down through a sprinkler timer, at least I haven't been able to detect it. So with the new timers and the new clocks and everything else, I mean, we're trying to get up with the dates to current technology.
So, and I think this is sort of where too, the previous, I think, N/A is pretty well known as non-applicable. Hopefully that, at least in contract language, it is. We haven't defined it, but hopefully it's not a problem. So are we good with, are you okay with that? And the city left it in there, so there was no problem?
Nope.
And everybody was okay with the number too? So I guess if everybody's okay with it, we'll just take the highlight off and go forward. Is that okay, Eileen? Okay, so on that one and the next table. And I guess by saying no, non-applicable, my thought was is that it shows that there was not a previous, you could say none, I guess, but I thought non-applicable was either way. Or if somebody has a preference, just think it, but I'm just trying to show that there wasn't one in the past. Okay, do you have anything else, Eileen? Let's see, so we've got, so we suggested adding the solar, wind, and geothermal into K as the credit. And if I understand correctly, then the city's okay with that. And I think that, so, and then, so does anybody else have any comments before K? Okay, so in K then, Greg and I's suggestion was if you go down to 5, K5, that we just put an A there, and that way if somebody's looking for credit, that it's easier to see the credit will be calculated, so that's the reason we suggested that. And, okay, so 5A, do you see 5A, K5A? We just put, so it's the same thing that was there before, but we were looking at it and we thought we were gonna have to write something in, then we realized, okay, it's there. So by putting the A in, it stands out a little better. It's easier to see. So that's just the reason we did that. Is that okay?
Oh, yeah, fine.
Okay. So then on 6, we highlighted July 1st because we're saying that the 24-month period is going to start from July 1st because the net metering says that it's indefinite. And so that was the reason I put that there. So if the city left it, is that okay, or is that?
I disagree with that. The prior ordinance already said up to 24 months.
Correct, but the net metering doesn't.
The net metering, that was just a policy form that the city
But
had.
they've signed it as a contract. So theoretically, they were signing something that they were thinking they had indefinite. So that's what they signed.
This is what the contract says. I've got it right here. 20 years. Okay, so in theory, if we don't put a cap on the carry forward, we have to carry it forward for 20 years.
If the contract is in violation of the ordinance, wouldn't the ordinance
No,
take
it has to be
precedence?
spelled, it has to be spelled out.
Okay.
And that's why I pulled the agreement and up in the current agreement, and this is something, just point of comment. This interconnection agreement does not have any creation date on it. So it's just a document that when it gets signed by the customer and the city, it becomes active for 20 years.
There was one that, so is that what's on, you pulled that off the city? Okay, because Dennis, the one you gave us had a date created on it, so I guess looks like we've got some confusion here.
Yeah, we'll have to check into that.
And then also, because I think that's the one thing I thought you guys were gonna look at is trying to get the net metering and the resolutions to equal each other, or however you wanna say it.
Yeah, and that's still part of the plan.
So that was just, I agree with what you're saying, Eileen, mine was just trying to make it a little more clear was all. You're exactly right, it already exists, but if somebody looks at this resolution and they look at their net metering, then I don't know how it's gonna be, because they've signed something, but hopefully from the net meter on, theoretically, the ones that have the net metering agreement can be grandfathered in, because that's what they've signed with the city, I would think. The contract should overdo the resolution, I would think. So.
Did you ask legal about that, Dennis?
They ran through that. I didn't specifically ask them, but we can do that. They gotta do one more review anyway.
Okay, I would highlight that section because, there's, even by putting that in, if you're saying we have to honor the contract versus the ordinance, then,
And then that's the problem with this, and something that's happening throughout the Las Vegas area and all over the country. People are finding out they're not getting what they wanted on their signed net metering agreement, okay? So they're doing upgrades to their system and not pulling permits. So now you got a real big problem.
well, in that
Because-
case, that they void their agreement.
But they gotta get caught.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm trying to do. In other words, Ned and I both have solar systems on our house. I am not pushing power back into the point where I'm getting credit. I'm at the 90% usage rate. Okay, so I pay the city for their interconnection. The thing that's happening right now that we won't delve into it in this, but we're gonna have to delve into it because the elephant's in the room. As soon as you start on a residential facility or an industrial or a commercial facility and you're pushing enough power back into the grid, and all of a sudden something goes wrong to where that shuts off, Boulder City's gonna have to scramble to make that power up. And that's where we're gonna have to really start watching, because I'll tell you what, it's gonna get ugly, just like Hawaii. They just shut the whole thing down. They said no more solar on the facilities and businesses because we're over generating on solar and we can't catch the sag when it happens. So you're
Yeah.
talking of a complete review of our whole system that's within Boulder City if we start bringing more solar in. And that's what certain companies wanna do.
Yeah.
And that's what we need to, so that's in the IRP, right? I keep on making sure I get my acronym right. When we get to that, we definitely, because that's one thing we're talking about, looking at the solar in, July, I think you were to say.
Starting in July, yeah.
Yeah, so, okay, go ahead, Eileen.
But the city needs to change that net metering document now or yesterday so that it matches the ordinance. We can't have a contract that's different from the ordinance. So, but if you would have legal look over that section.
Yep.
Thank you.
Just out of curiosity, Ned, do you get to a point where you've been able to have credits more than over a 2-year period?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, do you? Okay.
So I haven't seen, I don't even know where the accounting's at as far as utility department. I know they probably look at it and they have some accounting of where I'm at, but typically I generate more than I'm using, except in 1 or 2 months in the summer. And so it balances out to the point that I haven't got actually a consumption bill for quite a while.
I was just curious how often it would happen, that would be, they would actually go over 2 years.
Oh, yeah, it would go over 2 years at some point. At some point, I may figure I need to start using it, figure out turn on lights that I don't need or something, I don't know, but, yeah, can always do that.
Okay, thanks.
The document in this right here, I just scanned over it, the net meter and renewable generating facilities agreement. What we're looking for is a correction on item 7.0, which says city will account for generators, energy consumption and production as described in the net metering policy and in the most current electrical rate resolution adopted by the city. Okay, so now you've got to refer back to the rate resolution document to make sure that you're correct. The problem is, I feel that this document, like you just stated, needs to be updated to show 24 months carryover.
No, I totally agree, but it looks like we do have one document was updated and it doesn't look like it's up on the website, so we got to check on that too.
Yep.
So, okay. Anything else, Eileen? Okay, then you're good with the rest of the document? Okay, so I think, I think I had one more comment on, let's see, I2. You want to roll down to I2? So the next highlight. I'm sorry, it's L2, sorry. I might have to put my glasses on. So again, the city okayed that, and I'm just trying to make sure, let's see, municipal services, because theoretically the golf course is not a municipal service. Is it? It's city owned, but it's not really a municipal service, is it? The Boulder Creek?
I don't think it's defined as a municipal service, so I think putting the Boulder-owned facilities language in there clarifies that.
That's just make sure, you guys agreed with it, and I just want to make sure it was okay. That's the reason I put it in there, was that if there is something that the city agrees, or the citizens agree as part of what the city runs, then the municipal service might not cover everything. Okay, that's all I had, so, is there anything else anybody else had?
So what happens to the profits with the golf courses then?
There is no profits.
I know, of course there isn't, but if there was, what would happen to that?
Go back into the GS.
Okay, so it's not, there's not, the guy who's running the golf course doesn't pocket the profits. Okay, yeah, that was my question.
No, it'd go back in the general fund.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I wasn't clear on that.
Okay, so we will vote on that in the regular meeting. And so now if we can bring up the water contract, water resolution.
I'm doing my civic duty.
Okay, so, So I suggested putting in the Boulder City entered into agreements with Southern Nevada Water Authority. Did you guys happen to check to see when that happened, Dennis?
I did not, and, you know, it depends, I knew you added this, but I wasn't gonna get into that level of definition because we've got there's probably 4 different ones that I can think of.
There is, what I was trying to do is that's one of the, where the rate was increased, was when we started with, it's just a history. So if we can put the history out otherwise, then that's okay, but the whereas was, what I found is I think it was the fiscal year 2015.
Yes.
15, because it was August 1st, 2014, that I found the first infrastructure charge for Southern Nevada Water Authority.
Right, so yeah, I wasn't sure what you were getting at there exactly, other than that we have entered in agreements. If we want to get to that, we can certainly do that.
It was just a matter of, that's, because my understanding, not, you're on the water side, Ned, but you're on the power side, but if you know the water, my understanding was when we got into Southern Nevada, we did incur a lot more costs. And so that was, it just sort of tells you, if you have it in your whereases, you sort of see, you understand, okay, 2014.
Right, so it's basically related to a couple issues. One of them, which originally was basically intake 2, because the city of Boulder City historically didn't participate into the infrastructure that was more for growth, which intake 2 was more for growth. Intake 3 was more of a drought, you know.
Right.
Hopefully we can keep taking water as lake levels drop, and so that's when that infrastructure charge went into place with that date you mentioned.
But
So maybe we can find both of those, but we can certainly put the last one.
Okay, well, the first one would probably be the best, right? Because that would be when we started the infrastructure cost. The other one is that we signed up with them to do filtration because we were using the water filtration plant before that. And so when that was no longer feasible to rebuild it, we got into, that's my understanding.
Right.
We got together with Southern Nevada Water Authority. So does anybody have that date?
That I don't know.
Okay, because that would be another time, because of course that had to increase our rates because they're gonna charge us for the treated water where we were treating it ourselves,
Right.
unless it's cheaper, their treated water is cheaper.
And over time, the wholesale rates have gone up because they've added certain facilities. They added the ozonation facilities out at Alfred Merritt, which we would have paid our share for.
Yeah,
I have the data if you're looking for them. So it says in 1992, following the creation of SNWA, additional Colorado River supplies were assigned to Boulder City. Through SNWA cooperative agreement, 3,948 acre-feet per year, taking us to what Ned was saying, 18,742 acre-feet per year.
did they start delivering the water through the filtration in 1992, or is that just when we got some allocation?
That I don't know.
Yeah, they were delivering.
They were delivered in 1992?
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
because I didn't know when the filtration.
They were delivering prior to that.
Boulder City's water supply came up from Lake Mead, at those original filtration plants down on the lake. And Boulder City came up through Hemingway Valley. That's how Boulder City got its water from SNWA. They built that raw water line back in the nineties, I think, somewhere in there brought the water line, but that didn't use any filtration because it wasn't filtered, it just came lake water, basically.
Well, my understanding was that we had a certain, I thought, I could see where it wouldn't have lasted for long, but the pipeline right next to the road going to the dam, what came from the dam itself, I believe.
Yeah, there was
correctly.
the A line, and then there was the 2A line. The 2A line was the one that goes through that little pumping station on the
Yep.
left-hand side. The original line came up, I think it also went into that facility because they had that was a pumping station for both facilities, but, yeah, so the A line, then there was the number 2 line that was built in probably the late forties, I think.
My sense is the important one for this is when we added that infrastructure charge.
Okay.
That to me is the one, historically, I think is more important.
So if that's okay with everybody,
Because I
I'd
think
like,
prior to that, it was just going into, the wholesale charge.
okay, and so it wasn't big, I'm just trying to get some history down, and, so if that's okay with everybody, and you figure out which is the best date to put
Yep.
down, if that's okay. So, and if you wanna reword it, that was just a placeholder to try to get some history. A lot of times that's the way I understand whereas, is it gives you a understanding what came before.
Yep.
Okay, so anything on the first page or two? I think, let's see, I think the residential A, let's look at residential B again. So if we can go to page 2, and look at residential schedule B. So maybe I misunderstood. So again, we're saying that, because we did talk about this before, so we have single dwellings in A, why do we have it in B? Because that should just, if it's a single family dwelling, it's got 1 meter, it should be under A. So can we just delete that, or is there a reason it needs to be on there?
Yeah, that's a good question. Why is a single family even mentioned there? Because it would be totally
It'd
taken
be
care of.
covered under A.
Yeah,
Yeah.
under A.
So I suspect that could go away.
Okay,
We'll verify it.
appreciate it. And then I guess, so I see that you didn't accept some of the changes, so maybe I must have misunderstood. Because so when it says, the second line, it goes, but excluding motel or hotel units normally rented for periods less than 1 month, comma, in which each residential unit is separately metered. Is not, sorry, thank you. But I guess I thought that everything would have been not separately metered, not just the motels. So that's the one reason I asked to move the residential units to before the hotels, because I wouldn't consider the hotels to be a residential unit. And I thought I found in really one of the really old ones that before the hotel had it, it said, comma, in which each residential unit was not separately metered. So all I was trying to do was just clarify that the duplexes and those weren't separately metered. Whereas it almost looks like you could just be saying the hotel and the rented are not separately metered, the way because it's after the colon. So if somebody's got grammars, if my grammar is incorrect, then I will step down.
And I'm just looking back at my notes. I didn't make a note on this one, so I don't know if any of the rest of you did.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what your question is. I believe we should remove the word single-family dwellings. But I think this excluding motel, hotel units normally rented for periods of less than 1 month is just clarification.
Well, that I have no problem with that, but the
Okay.
comma, residential units not separately metered is after that. So to me, you could interpret that the hotel unit is not separately metered where the other ones aren't. It's just a semantics.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And so if we just move the sentence, the comma before the hotels, because I don't know of any hotel, is there any hotel units that are individually metered?
I don't think so.
So that one's sort of obvious.
I don't think so, yeah.
So that's the reason I suggested moving it. So bring it back up again. So what all I suggested was after condominiums, you put comma in which each residential unit is not separately metered, then the colon, or semicolon, whichever it is, and then but excluding motel units normally rented for periods of less than 1 month, period. That would be my suggestion. And it is more semantics, but to me, it's totally clear that that section is not metered where it's almost obvious the hotel and motel wouldn't be. But since you've got the comma after it, it might not be as clear that you're talking about the comma. That's the whole thing with Schedule B, is that's what you're talking about, is the separate metered. And if you have it at the end, maybe you're having it do, so you're understanding that's what this section is about. Maybe that's why you wanted it at the end, because you're trying to make sure this whole section is related to not being separately metered. Because that's one of your key aspects of Schedule B, correct? It's semantics, maybe. I just thought, if somebody were trying to look at this and got into contractual aspects, whether that would be a problem or not. I'm just trying to make it as clear as possible. So if you don't want to just take it under consideration, does anybody else have any comments?
Any thoughts?
I'm trying to figure out why do we separate them? Because the rates of the dollars are the same, it looks like. I guess it's just to have an allowance for multiple occupancy units, like apartments and mobile homes, and I guess, yeah. But looks like it applied to either one. Everything's the same.
Well, the one thing you've got is, and that's the second problem, is 3 is really what divides it between 1 and
Yeah, you're right.
S, and that's what I have a problem with. So I guess I was going to get there next, but and right now I guess if you were to decide that you're going to have a rate change sometime later, it might not be bad to have it. So it's easily changed if need be.
It's already broken out.
Yeah. So in number 2, we added, let's see, so monthly service charge, okay, so you're saying, I guess, why is everybody being charged for the meter for a single meter? So if you've got 5 people, you're charging each person the full price of the meter instead of charging the master meter. So that's what 2 and 3 does, is it charges everybody the same price. Well, 3 does it because that's the way 3 states it. So if I'm charging, you're basically overcharging. If you want to divide the meter charge and charge everybody that would make sense. But these people are getting you're getting a whole lot more money from a single meter than you are from anybody else. Good, Greg.
The way I found the phrase on this, Dennis, and it was actually a legal document, it was called unjust enrichment by the city. If you have a single meter feeding a lot, you can't charge the individual 1 through 4 units a water charge for a single meter, and that's what they're doing. It's unjust enrichment. The meter charge or the service charge for the meter is for one individual meter, not for the subtenants that are on that meter. So we've got a problem with that on a calculation adjustment, and I feel so very strongly that whole thing needs to be removed. And we need to go back and review some of our, once we get this adopted or enacted, we need to go back through and review some of our meter service charges and how we're doing it to get it off of there, because it's an unjust enrichment by city services to be able to collect 5 meter service charges for 1 meter.
So yeah, let us dig into that a little bit. I'm being a little bit cautious because I don't know what the impact is if we take it out. Right now, initially.
Right now, the impact wouldn't be, because the city budget for fiscal year '22, I'm pretty positive was based on, Raftilis's reduction of the higher meters that were down thousands of dollars. Oh, well, not maybe 1,000, but yeah, some of, actually at the very end, but there was hundreds of dollars that was reduced. We're only asking for $10 reduction.
True.
So this residential meter, I don't have that right in front of me, but all you have to do is look at how many residential meters this would affect and see how it affects the charge. But
Right.
I think since we're only doing $10 instead of the overall compensation, I don't see that this would cut into the revenues.
So, yeah, let us dig into that a little bit. To me, there's two options there. We could go ahead and take it out, and that would be a discussion we would have with the billing folks and with the attorney's office. Or for now, we could leave it in and bring it back later, so, yeah, just let us dig into it a little bit more.
Okay, yeah, the only thing is whether, because I would like to do it sooner than later, so but I think
Right.
an impact statement wouldn't be that hard. If we don't do it in this round, then you might have to do an impact statement, and I'd have to wait. I'd hate to have to wait till next July to do it if we find that it really should be done.
Right.
Not, yeah, so.
Yeah,
not-
and I don't even know if it requires an impact statement, so, because it's not business.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So that's, if we can do it now, if not, it just,
Yep.
how fast can we do it is
Right.
after, make
Right.
another resolution.
Yeah, but I don't believe this would have to go back for business impact.
Okay. Eileen?
Yeah, I totally agree with the fact that that should be removed, but I don't know that at this time we should be doing that because the council pretty much only approved the 3% and the $10 on the water, and we're looking at actually changing a significant section of this ordinance.
Well, what we're trying to do is correct it.
I agree. I agree that it should be corrected, but I don't know if we're exceeding our directive at this point.
I feel that if we keep going down the road of just cut and paste, it's never gonna be fixed. I know of an individual who is living in a fourplex right now, and I've walked the whole thing. He's got one water meter, but they're getting 5 service charges for that one water meter. Unit A, B, C, and D, plus the meter. So the city has got unjust enrichment by collecting money for the service charge on 5 times on the one meter. That's not fair. Okay?
I
So
totally agree.
we need to look at that, and that's what we did. We went through this contract and this thing just like Tratellis did, and we said, hey, this is what we're seeing is wrong with this document. We need, while we're gonna overhaul the resolution for the rate reduction, we need to also clean up some of the language.
But to meet your idea, Eileen, would it also help if we make sure that it's pointed out to the city council that that's being modified? If it's agreed to by the city, if it's pointed out, would that help you?
Yeah,
Because we're not making a change, we're not reducing a rate, we're correcting a section, is what we're
yeah.
doing. So
No,
we just-
I totally agree with that. I was just concerned that we might be overstepping what we should be doing at this point.
But if we say that we've changed, so we make it totally clear, and in their packet, we would say that this has been changed to correct a situation, or whatever terminology you want to use, then that would be brought to their attention.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
fine with that.
So then again, Dennis, so if you don't mind looking into it and have legal look into it, then it would be, appreciate it. But thanks, Eileen, for it was a good comment, appreciate it. Okay, so page 3, did anybody have anything on page 3? Oops. In the raw water, we suggested adding the lake, so on 2, we suggested, and so I see the city's okay with that. We were but the raw water line might need to be looked at in the future, but again, like you said, Eileen, it's not really part of this, so we'll just see, but we might wanna talk about in the future and make sure that it's separated well enough or not. Does this cover everything we need? Okay. Page 4, anybody on page 4? Anybody need any comment changes? Okay, page 5 and final.
And just real quick on the construction schedule, I'm pretty sure we're only using 6-inch meters, but for now, I just left them all in there on the construction schedule service charge. But pretty much every hydrant meter we have is a 6-inch hydrant meter, so, I'm not
Okay.
sure why we would decide to use a different meter size for construction water purposes, but I guess it could happen, so just for the purposes of making sure everything's there, I left it, but at some point in time, it probably could be changed to where it's just a 6-inch hydrant meter, but
No, if we feel that it would never happen, you say it could, but maybe we should say it doesn't, and then I would hope
Well-
you'd understand that it'd be, in the future, you'd know about it, you'd have time enough to change it.
yeah.
So maybe it'd be,
So I think we can leave it, I think it's
Yes.
fine.
but again,
But
maybe, I'm
just,
sorry.
just the information for you guys, I mean, our meters are 6-inch hydrant meters, so.
Well, maybe this resolution, we can go over it in a couple months or something too, just to sort of say, okay, we've got the one aspect done. Is there anything else we wanna look at? But again, I think if we just look at it, we've been so busy, but going through each one and understanding what it does would be helpful too. So then maybe when we do that, we might find something too.
I have a question, Larry.
Sure.
The service charge on the construction schedule is exactly the same as the commercial
Yep.
user.
Yeah, it is.
So there really isn't any need to put that whole table in there. It could just refer to shall be the same as commercial and industrial users rather than putting that whole chart in again. And then it doesn't look like the metered usage rate was reduced at all. That should have been reduced, but no, never
No.
mind. I'm thinking electric,
electric.
sorry.
Yeah, well, the only thing, again, Eileen, is that if we leave it, then if there is a time that they decide that they want to make a difference, it's there. It's easy to change. It's a thought, so for some reason, if they want to distinguish between construction, but I'm not sure, because I think I looked back and I'm not sure if there ever was, but I'm
No,
assuming there
I don't
was
think so.
something.
You know, at one time, I know the municipalities had they didn't even have construction water at a tiered rate in some of the municipalities, so it could have been different historically, but I don't know.
Okay, so I'd say leave it there, but if somebody thinks if it cleans it up and they want to clean it up, then I don't have a problem either way. It just gives you a potential for future if need be. Because maybe, I don't know, that'll be a water conservation, if construction gets carried away and overusing water, then we say, okay, you're gonna get charged more, I don't know. It's a possibility.
Yeah, the usage rate in theory could change. It's kind of a two-edged sword because you don't want to have dust control issues, but at the same time, you don't want the contractor out there just dumping so much water on it that it's making it easy on them to control dust, so it's,
That was the only
can kind
thought.
of go either way, yeah.
Yeah, because I saw the same thing, Eileen, and I totally agree, but
I kind of think you probably ought to leave it in there. Down the road, you could, you may be glad you've got it in there. Yeah, I mean, it's already there, so can't hurt to leave it, I think.
I do have a question is, let's say somebody wants a hydrant meter for just a week. What, do they get charged the full month?
I don't know. I'd have to find out.
Customarily, it's a yes, because there's also a deposit put down for that meter also, and it's usually quite substantial. And that discourages wanton theft of the meter. But,
Okay.
yeah, you can like, let's say you're doing a venue out at the rodeo and they need extra water for a period of a week. Yeah, the flat rate, usually, it used to be back where I was at, was a month's charge of the service charge. And then whatever they're using for gallonage, that goes at that rate.
To me, that seems to encourage water theft. An example is a construction company had illegally hooked onto the hydrant at the corner of Nevada Way and Buchanan for the new gas station complex. And if they're gonna get charged $1,300 for a 6-inch hydrant meter, and they only used it for a couple of days. I'm just thinking it should be, the deposit should be there, but prorate so that we're not discouraging people from actually,
Stealing water.
yeah, we're encouraging them to just steal it, and they would have gotten away with it if I hadn't called it in.
Most of the things that are going on are citizen awareness, but most of the water trucks I used to, when I was many years younger, used to drive a water truck around the city of LA, and I had my own portable meter that I was obligated to put onto the hydrant to monitor what I was pulling into the water truck. There's also people around town that are stealing electricity to charge their computers off our winter decorative pole outlets. So, I mean, you know, the citizens have to be vigilant on this. And the problem is that the contractor has to, in the contract, it has to be spelled out what he's gonna be able to do and not be able to do, and that's an oversight on the city or our part, or maybe just blatant disregard for rules and regulations. And then that's where a fine would come in. You know, it's like, he feels that all the water's free, you know, yet there was probably a 2-inch meter in the street that was coming in to feed that property at one time, and he should have been on that.
On this one, with the contractual aspect, we say per month, but I think the city would have the option to possibly prorate it. So by leaving the option available, but then are you going to possibly give the option one person and not give the option to another? It's sort of like if they ask you type thing. I wonder if it's just a question.
Why don't I find out how often this occurs, and then if so, how often it occurs, how are we handling it from a billing perspective?
Okay.
Because I don't know the answer right offhand.
Again, it's just sort of a contract cleanup thing, and just maybe that's another one we do in the future. Okay. Anything else, Eileen?
No, thank you.
So I think if we can go to H then. I. Okay. So then we just added the wholesale, all meters categorized as Boulder City-owned facilities shall be charged at the wholesale rate paid by the utility fund plus a monthly service charge relating to the meter size. So that was the one thing I hadn't seen in the past, was that, so we added that, and I see that you accepted it. So I think that covers it. I just wanted to bring it. So I think that clarifies that you're paying both.
Monthly charge. Yep.
So, because I couldn't find it anywhere else in it. And I think that the now therefore was cleaned up a little bit, but I think everything else is covered then. Does anybody else have any concerns we didn't get to? Okay, so I think, are we comfortable with voting on that in the regular meeting? Now, you said it had to come back to us. I guess I'm a little confused. 'Cause you were talking about bringing it forward on the May 25th meeting.
And we talk about process-wise, but these have to go to council on the 25th of May, so I think the way we would handle it moving forward is if you guys just agree and in general agree with what we've discussed here, we would still, because we still gotta run this back to legal one more time, we gotta answer some of these questions. I think we would do it by email. Any significant changes that weren't housekeeping, we would just notify the committee and then, move it forward to the council agenda.
So we would, in the regular meeting, we would just vote like we normally do, saying per the
Right.
recommendations we made in the workshop, we agree.
Right.
Blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Okay.
Because
So
there
motion
still could
agreed.
be some small changes between now and when it goes to city council.
Then we just, I guess, clarify that.
Right.
There, just to make sure.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, though. Okay. I'm sorry, did I cut you, that good, Dennis? Okay. So anything else before I close out the agenda for the workshop? For the club, that portion of the agenda, so item number 2. Yes, that's item number 2. Okay, so then we'll go on to item number 3, discussion and review of utility rate study. So Eileen and I had discussed this a little bit and had some thoughts, and so do you mind if I sort of give you a few thoughts to start off with? I'll try to keep it brief, and then we can get into more of the meat of it. Is that okay with everyone? Okay, so one of the things that I wanted to bring up and try to clarify, and we can, so let me finish my comments, and then we can clarify things if I misunderstood something, or if I happen to misstate something. The one thing I wanted to make sure was that, maybe it was the way I misheard a comment or not, was that the franchise fee, so from everything I understand, the franchise fee is not in the report still, and to make sure we understand, the franchise fee was a revenue for the general fund. It was not a revenue to the utility fund. It was an expense to the utility fund. So it wouldn't be included in the revenues, it would be extracted from the revenues. So if the revenue looks like it's higher, it's not from the franchise fee because it would be part of an expense. So we'd have to look at that, but I just want to clarify that comment. One of the things we were looking at was that, one of the reasons to look at the report now and to continue on, we thought it'd be good to be able to work with the council on the report and to give future conclusions to the report. So the more we can discuss it and understand it, the better off we can do it. To better understand the utilities, from what I can see, that it has usable data. There are a lot of things in there that are good starting points. So that's what I'd like to do. And then to help review and understand utility rates, again, a lot of the data in there, at least some of the tables, are good starting points. It gives us breakdown for what we want to do. The finance aspect, when we're looking for is, in finance and rates, you're looking at revenues, expenses, and offsets. And that's in there. And so even if somebody is not too sure they agree with the numbers, we can at least see how it's broken out and then see if we need to ask for clarification. So right now, what I'd like to do today is just quickly go over some of the tables, 1 through 29. 30 on is cost of service, and if we have time, I'd like to just quickly discuss cost of service, but I don't think we're going to have time today to go into the major meat of it. But hopefully we have some time to at least explain it. I'd like to talk about the city continuing to pay wholesale. And but I think it might be good if we just sort of go through tables 1 through 29 quickly and just sort of get an idea of what some of the value of the report is.
I'm not sure I agree with that. I mean, skimming through the tables, well, we should be doing, everything's based on their rate study model. So if we're really going to do this rigorously, we should go through the model and understand how it works and where these numbers are coming from and how these tables interact. Otherwise, it's just going to be another rubber stamp from my point of view. We're going to say, well, we looked at it and it looks reasonable and we're done. And if we're really going to be rigorous, we should go through the model and make sure we understand it, where they got their data, where the sources are, and how these calculations were done. That's my opinion. Again, probably 6-1, but that's what I think.
Well, George, you have a good point. Unfortunately, the spreadsheet is very large, lack of a better word. I don't know. I would at least like to look at these tables today. We have a limited time. I think that's a good idea, but I'm not sure we're ready to do that. I'm not sure who came prepared. I didn't come prepared to do that, and I'm not sure we can have the spreadsheet available to us to bring it up. You definitely want it on the screen. Well, that's the only thing, unless you print it out. So there's several sections of the spreadsheet, but I guess, make sure I'm understanding you correctly, and if we go forward, unless people really want to do that today, what are you, so you've got the different sections of the spreadsheet. How would you perceive to go forward with that aspect?
I mean, I went through it, you know, a couple of months ago, and I found mistakes in it, and it was like, well, we're not interested, we're interested in table 19. And I found mistakes in table 19, well, so, I mean, if we're gonna vouch for what they've done, we need to understand how the calculations were done. I agree that's a big job. If we think it's too big a job, maybe it's better to do the calculations ourselves and just forget about this thing. Because I don't see how we can vouch for what they did if we don't understand how they did it.
Well,
And how they did it is in there, in this program that we've paid $200,000 for, apparently, that we're going to use, apparently, to do rates in the future. We better understand how it works. That's just my opinion. I realize it's a huge job, but if we do it, we should do it right. I'm prepared to be overruled. I'm not trying to make trouble. I'm just giving my opinion. That's all.
The spreadsheet is something that has value, and if you really want to understand what's going on, you are 100% correct. It's in the spreadsheets. A lot of the stuff, especially the cost of service, you can't understand what they did in the cost of service if you don't get the data out of the spreadsheet. But again, you've got to try to find that portion of the spreadsheet, and I got to go back myself because I looked for it and couldn't find the one section that had it. But I think that's a little bit daunting for today. I think maybe if we might just have to say we're going to do a workshop only on that aspect. And so it's something maybe in the future, but I don't see it today. Greg, you had a...
Wasn't, Dennis, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't there a formulary proprietary to that company? And we were gonna be given trying to think of the word, anyways, a system where we could use it by punching in our numbers, but we didn't know how the numbers were compounded and how they were rolled over into different sections of that spreadsheet.
No, there's a training aspect that Joshua's just started with the company on operating and utilizing that model.
But that software, whoever wrote it, that's proprietary to that company, right?
It's mostly Excel spreadsheets.
Okay.
Yeah,
They are linked together, and, you know, it's a complicated spreadsheet model, but, yeah, at the end of the day, we'll be able to run various scenarios using that same model. Now, if there's data in there that we feel is, or that this committee feels incorrect, then we need to know what that is, because I'm not sure we do, and make some corrections. But to me, from a staff perspective, asking this committee to get into the guts of the model seems a little overbearing for you guys. It doesn't seem necessary to me.
Yeah, if people don't want to do it, that's
Unless
fine.
you have such little confidence in what's in that data, then.
Correct. I have zero
Then-
confidence in what they've done.
And so,
So, therefore,
For the record, let me digress a little bit. For the record, can we have an example put on record, in other words, that you found a mistake on a table?
yeah, I
and-
gave it an example. I have to go back. I think I was trying people's patience because I specifically gave examples with specific tables.
Just one example, so we can open up to look inside the box, okay, to see what we're taking
I would
and
just
signing
refer
up
you
for.
to the previous meeting where I went over that. I went over table by table. I pointed at the numbers. I went over specifics, and I felt like people weren't that interested, so I sort of let it go because I was like, this isn't a place for me to deliver a 5-hour lecture.
That's the problem I'm getting at. In other words, I don't have any problems getting educated as to how this thing's gonna drive and run. But the thing is we just need one specific that can be put into record, maybe at the formal meeting, to where, hey, we've got low confidence as to this report and this program that we're getting ready to be handed over to the city to do their rate modeling in the future.
Well, I did already, but I'd say the city lights calculation is completely wrong, for example. So, you know, that was one example. I referred to specifically the table and the numbers, and it was just nonsense.
Remember how I told you how we take that mountain down, one little spoon at a time?
So I'm saying, I do not trust this report, but if my colleagues do, I respect that too. It's 6-1, that's fine, but I do not trust the the conclusions. I don't see how you can agree with their conclusions if you haven't checked their methods, unless you're taking the methods on faith. And if we're doing that, then I think we should at least state that. Look, we're going to assume that the calculations are all correct, and then take it from there. I think that's a mistake, but that's not my call.
Well, George, I'm not trying to argue. I'm just trying to remind you, as you've reminded us, is that I think most of us has said in the meetings that we don't agree with the report. And as I stated before, we have to look at the report more closely to give our conclusions. So we're not saying that we agree with it. The conclusion just means that we need to make a conclusion. And so that's why I think if we can go through some of the tables today, and then you can say, okay, I have a major issue with these numbers or something, that's fine. We can ask clarification, but the layout of the table still gives us a starting point to work with, because at least we have information we didn't have before. So we have at least the way that the city breaks out their different components. We have the, 1 through 8, 1 through 8 is background, but you have accounts and stuff like that. So that's why I sort of want to go through, is just to say what value it has. We don't necessarily, I think most of us don't agree with a lot of the aspects, but it has value.
My problem with the previous approach, I mean, we'll do what you want. You're the chair, you decide. But my problem with the previous approach is we said we didn't trust the report, but we trusted its conclusions. That's why I was the only one to vote against. I didn't see how the logic of that worked. You're saying you don't trust what they did, but you agree with the answers. That doesn't make any sense to me, but again, it was 1 to 6. It was fair enough.
The thing is, we agree with the broad overview of the report, i.e. a service charge reduction and a rate reduction. That's what we agreed to. We also agreed to no money's being charged to the utilities, which are owned by Boulder City, for right-of-ways and stuff. The thing that stands out, now that you're talking about the tables and stuff, was the consolidation of the bond and how they were doing the forecast out on the numbers and everything, and it just didn't make any sense because they just cut and pasted the whole table together. Okay, I do agree with you, but like I said, we're not going to get into the minutia of it until we get something, or we're allowed to as a committee to look at the Excel spreadsheets and the formularies as to how it was created and done.
But I've been doing that. I have it right here on my computer.
But I don't,
Right.
and neither do the other members. So the problem is,
that's not my fault.
You've got it, but the thing is I don't have time to take my personal computer and turn it into an Excel machine.
Well, I can help you. I mean, it's just anyway, I don't want to put a spanner in the works, but I did do it, and I did it because I think it's our job. No one else did it, that's fine, That's
Well, I
the way
do have it, and I have been looking at it, and it is a daunting aspect, and it's not necessarily something that everybody is obligated to look at. It's not a bad request, but the one thing I want to clarify, though, is that we have not agreed to their recommendations. No, we did not. We have, as Greg just told you what we did. Their main recommendation is based on cost of service. And I think all of us agreed that we do not agree with the cost of service. The cost of service is a main portion of this report.
We agreed with the 3% reduction, which is what they recommended, whereas we disagreed with the grounds on which they recommended it. I just didn't see the logic of that.
Okay, this clarify. Do you agree that the majority of the recommendations are based on cost of service? Do you agree with that?
I don't know what they're based on because I don't understand this spreadsheet, and if we
Okay,
don't
good.
understand what they did...
Stop right there. Look at the recommendations. Let's try to clarify something. The clarification is the recommendations. Look at the recommendations. Then, let's pull up the recommendations, please. I think it's page 4 starts them. I'm just trying to clarify. So I interrupted you. What I'm trying to do is I want to focus in on something so we don't go too far off board. The spreadsheet has its value, but it's not all there, and it's not necessarily, definitely not today. I just don't see it. And it's not me as a chairman. I'm asking everybody. I'm not saying what we need to do as a chairman. I'm asking the group.
I'm not denying that I'm in a minority of one. I'm not denying. I'm just saying that's what I think we should be doing.
Okay.
But, if everyone disagrees, that's fair enough. I don't have a problem with that.
Well, the thing is, though, you're stating something into the minutes here that we all agree on something that we haven't, and I'm just trying to clarify that. So right now, if you look at the recommendations and you go 1 through 3, number 1A is the reduction for 3%. So we've agreed to that. And that has bearing, the financial documents in this report allows for a 3% charge. But let me continue on, please. Then the 1B, maintain monthly service charge. We haven't agreed to that yet. I think that's probably something we can, but we haven't agreed yes or no, but we haven't suggested that we change it either. 1C is that's the one where it's asking for the cost of service of a 4-year period. We have not agreed to that. Now you go to 2A, we've agreed to a $10 charge only, $10 only. That's not what they suggested. So we did not agree to their concept. We agreed to $10 across the board. 2B, equalization of residential. I don't think we didn't necessarily agree to that one yet either. C, so let's say, I guess once we've changed the fixed charges, they're suggesting that we do that for 2026, and I'm not sure we haven't agreed to that either yet. And then D is again the cost authority. We have not agreed to that. Wastewater, we haven't really been able to talk about it because we have to look at it. So that's why I'm saying review the report, then you can at least get the idea. Now, if you want to get the numbers, you are correct. The spreadsheet is where you have to go, but the basis we can start in the report. So I want to make sure I agree with the people agree with me. We have not agreed to all of the recommendations. Am I missing something?
That is correct. We didn't agree to all of the recommendations, but the 3%, why not 4%? Why not 2%? I was told, well, we're not going to discuss that. They said 3%. That's good enough for us. Based on what? But anyway, so I think if you want to do the numbers, you need to be able to justify why the numbers are what they are.
Okay, on the 3%, I've not spent any time on this Raft-Hills report. However, I am very much aware of what revenues and expenses are for the city utilities. And based on the amount of money that the city is making every month, that 3% seemed like a good percentage to start with. We can do that for 1 year and then look at it after that. My recommendation or agreeing with the 3% and the $10 was totally based on the dollars into the city and the expense of the city.
So you're saying it's a coincidence that your 3% recommendation agreed with theirs. It was you weren't aware that they'd recommended 3%?
No, I was aware of that, but I couldn't justify that other than looking at the dollars and saying we can easily do the 3% reduction in in electric rates and still cover our expenses. And the same thing with the $10. But that was, and what I'm trying to say is that I based that on the accounting for the utility departments and not on the Raft-Hills. But I think I made the statement that we could say we accept the 3% from Raft-Hills because I know that we can afford to do that, not that the way they calculated it or their calculations, I didn't go by that.
Okay, well, it seems to me if we spend $200,000 on a study and then we say, well, we're just going to ignore it and, that's fair enough, but then we need to go back and ask ourselves why we spent that amount of money to reach a conclusion that you reached independently.
Okay, well, first off, that's the reason we're going with the report now. We're trying to understand. Okay, Eileen.
I agree with what George is saying about the need to get into the spreadsheets and how they base their calculations. But I also agree with Larry in that today is not the day to do it. I'm wondering if maybe when we get to the meeting, or I don't know if we can do it now, a couple of us volunteer to go through that and come up with a list of where the errors are so that we can advise the city the fault in there And I would be willing to work with you, George, to do that. But then as far as today, we've only got, well, we've got a couple of hours to look at the tables and what they represent, and then later we could go back and say, well, the numbers are wrong, plug these numbers in here.
I mean, the sense I got was people didn't care when I pointed out the tables, I pointed out the calculations, I went specifically, and people were like, we are not interested. It's a huge job to do this. It's a bit frustrating for me if I go and do it, and then I'm told, but no thanks, we just don't care, we're not interested. I've done this already, you know. I went to the tables, I was specific, and I was told, we're not interested. It's all in table 19. Then I said table 19 was wrong, and so we don't care. It's what the city does that matters.
First off, we as the committee did not hire Raftellus, okay? Our committee was being formed at the time Raftellus was hired by the city. We can show error and discuss the problems with the tables and their mathematical calculations, but the thing is, the reason there's so many different facets in this committee is that everybody has a specialty, okay, or some place where they're really strong at. And the thing is, like we all joke about, Ned and I have been around electricity since we were pups, and we understand the system. But the thing is there's many times the city of Boulder City, before this committee was formed, has thrown hundreds of thousands of dollars away. We're not going to stop that unless we can take, and basically the problem is we cannot run the city for them. Okay, we take the data that we're given and we give them something that they can work with, or we either agree or disagree. And Eileen and you are experts in this field, along with this guy behind me, in the sense of crunching numbers on Excel spreadsheets. I know how to read them, I can build them, but not to the complexity that this team has built, or Raftellus has built, for what we've got now to deal with. And like you said, a tenth on a decimal point is a big error. Okay, you know, when you start running it out in the hundreds of thousands of units. So we've got to be careful what we're looking at. And I think their contract is up, isn't it, Raftellus? So the thing is, you can't give them any input back. So all we can do now is stand alone on our own 2 feet and hope to heck we catch it before the city starts to implement this for next year's rate increase.
All right, well, I've made my point. I suggest we proceed. I'm not here to, you know, lecture people or, you know, I think I've made my point clear enough. And so.
Well, then if we can go, but I think one comment is, I don't believe anybody stated they didn't care. The one problem we have is that trying to stay on agenda items. That's what we've had in the past. So we've been looking at certain agenda items and we didn't have time, or we didn't have the agenda item that we could go into the specifics that you were looking at. So now we do. That's what today is starting with. Today is saying, so if we can go through some of these tables and then you can point out that there's some inconsistencies in the tables, then as Eileen has pointed out, we can go and say, okay, now let's either start separating it out, divide it into things and go forward. So that's what we were trying to get was to today. I don't believe anybody ever said we don't care. So
Yeah, we do care because we're all residents and it hits our pocketbook.
Sorry, I didn't mean to provoke. I just said some very specific
Dennis?
things and got no response. And I
Thank
would
you.
refer you to my discussion on the record here of the tables, where I went very specific and said what was wrong with the numbers and why it was wrong.
And if I could just make one comment, and I don't want to put words into the rate consultant's mouth, because that's not what I'm here to do, but I think if there are significant problems or errors with some of these tables or what's in the spreadsheet, then we should tell them. I think they would want to know that. These guys, they're professionals. They put their stamp and signed it on this report. You know, they I'm pretty sure feel accountable to whatever these errors may be. And I'm sorry, George, if I don't remember what that was that you were referring to at that meeting. It's just not coming back to me. But I'm sure they would be glad to know what those are.
No, they weren't glad at all. It was at the workshop. I remember it very well. I said the report was worthless, and they said they disagreed, and they said that they had corrected, in fact, the errors that I'd referred to, which in fact they had not corrected because it was exactly right there in what they'd submitted. So
I'm not here to argue with George. I'm just telling you, I think they would like to know.
And I'm telling you, they don't want to know because they misled the council on the points that I was raising. They said they'd corrected the mistakes, whereas in fact they had not, because it was in that very memo.
Okay.
So they lied to the council, or they didn't know what reports were in the agenda packet. It was specific to the issue where I'd said, you're giving numbers to 6 decimal places, whereas we don't even know the numbers, to 1 decimal place. And they said, we understand that, we fixed all that. And the same mistake was there in the report that they'd submitted for that workshop. So in fact, I don't think they're interested at all in hearing corrections, because they didn't tell the truth. I don't know how to say this politely. They misled, or they were confused. I don't know, there's some less confrontational way to say it. But the same mistake was in the report, right there under their noses, when they said they'd fixed it. So I don't think they are interested in fixing these things. Based on that experience, you can go back and watch. It's the council workshop, the joint workshop we did with the council, where I stood up and raised those issues. And they said it was all irrelevant. It was in a preliminary draft that had now been fixed. And that was simply not true. It was right there in the packet. That's where I started to say, wait, these guys there's something wrong here, because it's exactly that. If in good faith they'd fixed it, I would agree with you. I'm not here to do a number on people. I'd say, wow, now we're all in agreement. But in fact, what they said was blatantly not true. You can look at the packet and look at the television recordings. So I don't think they're interested in fixing things. I don't think that's true based on that one experience.
I don't remember, did we get a copy of the final report from Raf Tillis?
Yes.
Okay, but I meant the members of this committee, did we? Okay, I wasn't,
And the
I just
council
didn't
both.
remember that. But I remember the meeting that when Raf Tillis was here, and George brought that up, and my question right now was, did anything change in the report after George tried to explain to them some of the things that he felt were wrong? So did anything change? I don't know that. I haven't paid enough attention, I guess.
Yeah, and we'd have to go back and look at that. I don't know. I mean, clearly, the biggest change was the franchise fee change.
Well, yes, they did change something. So they rounded off the numbers. But my question was the difference between precision and accuracy. So they said, okay, we'll take off a couple of decimal points. Are you happy now? No, of course not. I'm asking you how accurately you can measure those numbers. You're an accountant. Surely you understand that. The question is how well you know the number, not how many decimal points. Okay, we'll lob off a couple of decimal points. Are you happy now? No. So they did change something in the final report. But the way they changed it shows they didn't understand the point I was making. And these guys are engineers. How can you have an engineering degree and not understand the difference between precision and accuracy? I mean, that's critical. That's why I have no confidence in this report. These are things you should learn in high school. You measure the length of a table, and you say, well, I measure it to, 1/16 of an inch, but how accurate are you? Well, I'm accurate to, 1/10 of an inch. Okay. They didn't understand. I think they genuinely didn't understand what I was saying, in fairness to them. And I'm not here to make people look stupid. That's not the goal. And maybe I look like an idiot. I say things that are wrong. I've apologized to Greg and Mr. Poole. I was wrong about the winter versus summer electricity. So if you're wrong, you admit it. But anyway, I'm taking too much time. I think I'll just shut up and let Larry get back on track.
Okay, so, yeah, I think if we start looking through the report a little bit, then we can sort of see if, what we can do to do it. So, because we are trying to understand it, and we can't make a conclusion if we understand it, so that's where we're trying to start from. So, I guess if we can go to, okay, great, thank you, Josh. Can you let's see, I guess, can we blow that up some? Yeah, okay. I think that should, yeah, let's have the, yeah, there you go, the description. So 1 through 3, right, is electric account, water account, and wastewater. I don't think we have the landfill. So what I was just trying to do here is that, this is, if we have time and stuff, this is where we can have discussions and stuff, is that, okay, it's just more information for us to understand how it's broken out and how many customers are associated with each class, so residential and stuff like that. So 1 through 2 and 1, 2, and 3 give us an idea. So I didn't want to spend a lot of time, but does anybody have any comments on that section. And George, this is where, we would say, okay, yes, there's a major issue in this one. I don't think, if there's an issue here, then we have to go back to the city and ask them to clarify it, because this should just be based on billing, bills and stuff like that.
Yeah, this is based on historical data and then, assumptions they made with regards to projections.
Right. So is there a major flaw in tables 1 through 3?
I just question if we can get, instead of, it's estimated 2020, can we get the actual for 2020 on these?
I'm sure we have that.
Again, I don't understand how they got the residential account numbers. They have them to
They
the
got them from us.
to the precision of one account, and they're saying in 2026 we're going to be at 7,202 accounts. Based on what?
They increased it by 0.5%, like it says in the report.
Based on why 0.5%?
They made an assumption, just like you do when you're doing any calculation, when you're projecting.
But what's that assumption based on?
They looked backwards and they estimated.
So they're just extrapolating whatever happened in the past.
And also noting that we have a low growth ordinance.
So George, what would you recommend in a situation? So we'll make a few comments here, and I don't want to take a time, but so we can understand what you're looking at, what would you suggest that would be done differently?
I would look at the uncertainties and say, how accurate are these numbers? What do we, we've made extrapolations in the past. How accurate have we been? This is precisely how we got in trouble with the water. We've extrapolated what happened in 1920 to 2020, and it's not happening. It's completely wrong. So you want to have errors on these numbers and say, how accurate do we think? And, otherwise I think what Dennis is saying is they just looked at a line in the past and says, well, this is just going to go on indefinitely in the future. Based on what? How do we know that's true?
Well, the history, if we look at the history and things, because that's some of the things with the report, is some of the history hasn't really been looked at, and some of the stuff, so I guess the question would be is how much past 2017 did they look at, and how much are they based on 2017? Do you know that, Dennis? Was it based just on 2017, or since they should have accounting records of customers, they should have been able to go further back?
I think they were able to go further back, but I'd have to check with them.
Okay, so these are questions, but again, I guess what we need to do though, because my opinion is that, it's, in this case, the thing when you're looking at a rate is the next year. That's the one that's really important. 5 years out, it gives you an idea what's going on, but the next year out, you want to get as precise as possible. And so that would be a good time to ask. You would ask the city, okay, what can you do? And if you have a suggestion to do that as what would be a more concise, let's do that. And I think that's more of a positive aspect.
Well, let me give you an example, if we want to do that. I think there are huge uncertainties in the future of electricity in Boulder City. If you look at the models that Colorado River Commission is running, with wrong inputs, by the way, for the water, they say we could have zero hydropower from Powell and Hoover Dam for up to 3 or 4 years. And those models are not even consistent with what's happening now. And if we have zero hydropower, then we have to pay for the electricity to, and this is relevant, by the way, if you think I'm sort of out there talking about the temperature of the sun, is what happens is then we have to pay for the hydropower to Hoover and Powell, as we've agreed, $2.5 million a year, prorated at 2%. And on top of that, we have to buy the electricity elsewhere. Now your electricity costs start going up. Meanwhile, the cost of solar and battery storage is going down all the time. And people are going to say, one of the risks is people will say, we don't want it. We're just going to get off the system, have battery storage for $3,000. And now there's a huge uncertainty in these numbers that these guys have ignored. And that's my point. Is it all looks so beautiful on the table. It's much more nicely presented, in beautiful fonts with beautiful numbers. But these numbers are ignoring the risks. And that's sort of our job.
Okay, pull it back up again. Okay, so in this case, we're only looking till 2023, was it 26 on this one? So we're not going to get to the extreme that you're talking by 226, I'm pretty positive. But
pretty positive means what? Based on what?
Well, the same thing you're doing. So okay, let's. I don't want to get argumentative here, and I do it. I understand what you're talking about, and the aspect in the future is a good point. So what you're saying, relevant to this table, is that you're saying there could be too many residents that are actually getting billed because they're gonna go to solar or off the grid themselves.
What I'm saying is this number of 7,202 in 2026, as Dennis said, is based on extrapolating what happened in the past will go on in the future, but everything is changing. And so you might end up with 6,000
Okay.
residential customers in 2026, because 1,000 of them decide to bail, because it's actually cheaper to bail than pay for electricity that you're not using.
Okay, so, but again, well, I guess what I'm trying to get at, so this is a good example, but I don't think we want to do this at every single table. What we want to do is we can ask for it. So I'm not saying we don't care, we can ask for it, it's just we don't have the time to go through every single table. We'll have to go through and say, what do we want to focus on? And if that's what it takes to make sure that we're accurate, that's fine. But the understanding again is that your next year is the most important in a rate, unless you're going to average it over a certain time. We need to look at it. Now then we want to go out and we want to figure out what's going on. So if you were wanting to say that, okay, if we had 5 years down the road, and if we were to lose a lot of capability, would that go wrong? So then what you might have to do is similar to what they do, is you have the most probable and an average aspect. So, because to do what you have is a aspect to do it. But it's, again, what I'm trying to get at is these tables aren't necessarily totally wrong. They gave a conclusion. Now we don't want to be too aggressively against something like that. There are certain aspects that can be, we don't want to push back on, but this one we can make a statement, but we don't want to be super aggressive about it.
It's not, people misunderstand. I'm not looking for confrontations. I'm seeing risks. When you have an elderly population living on fixed incomes and the rates explode because we blindly accepted all these numbers and said, well, this looks simple, we just extrapolate. We're going to end up, it's your vulnerability to risk that matters. It's the same with the stock market. You say, well, the stock market goes up 10% a year, that's fine. Or, the river is 4 feet deep on average. Well, it's not the averages that matter, it's what you do when it's 10 feet deep. And all that is glossed over in these tables by just extrapolating.
Hang on a second, guys. I understand what you're saying, George. You have a valid point, but here's the thing. In every single contract we have in our rate study and our resolutions is purchase power rider section J, which says if the electricity goes up to 20 cents a kilowatt wholesale rate, it passes through to the consumers. Okay? I don't care what's going on with the river because I can get power. They're dumping solar right now in California because they got too much. Okay? I guarantee you there's going to be a guy selling kilowatts of electricity at 0.001 cents per kilowatt. Okay, because I've already seen it in the system I've worked in. So with purchase power rider section J, we've got our rates covered for Boulder City. Okay, that's the end of the thing. So we can go to the tables and extrapolate out till the moon sets and it comes back up, but it's not going to make a difference because we have a valve to relieve us of any liability as to our rates.
But that's my point. It's passed on to the consumer. That's the exact point.
That's fine, but the problem is you do. No. The reason I'm making that statement is because if you have a mortgage on a house, you cannot have solar 100% on that house. It is not a dependable source of electricity. That is in your contracts with your doggone person who you signed a mortgage with. Okay, you've also got to have potable water delivered to your house. Okay? So now you can say whatever you want, but the citizens of Boulder City are captive, okay? If you want to go 100% solar, guess what? You can put as much solar in the doggone bank as you want, but at the end of 24 months, it goes to zero. Okay,
No, but my
it's not
point
an
is-
infinite.
My point is you can get off the grid. You just unhook and say,
No, you can't, because if you have a mortgage on your house,
Right.
you cannot unhook from the grid.
So what fraction of people have mortgages on their house in Boulder City? I mean, that's the,
But that's the problem. That is a doggone building code. Okay, if you cannot show water and electricity delivered to your lot at the ready at any time, you can't build the house. You can't finance the house.
no, but my question is how many people could potentially, this is exactly what I wanted to discuss, by the way, is it's not a confrontation. This is exactly the question.
No,
How many people own their homes in Boulder City without a mortgage?
but do you also know that Boulder City Power is required by law to be able to come in and cover the whole usage of solar at a given moment's notice with no delay? In other words, you can switch from a power provider like we're here on this side of the table to a power user on the other side of the table in a moment's notice. And that swing will cause a demand charge on Boulder City's wholesale rates that would take and scare the heck out of you.
But my point is, with the cost of battery storage, I don't see why people can't get off the grid.
Because who's gonna pay for the batteries?
The owner. Batteries are getting cheaper. They're at $1 per kilowatt hour, or, yeah.
And then who's gonna maintain them?
And
This is the problem. In other words, this is why you form a utility and a group inside a city to take and supply the electricity
I
to
agree.
the consumer.
I'm not questioning that. It was back at table 1, where I said they can predict to the last digit how many users there will be. Now we're discussing the uncertainties.
You know, I looked at that, and they're basically running them about 35 units a year. And under the growth ordinance, if I remember right, 35 houses a year can be built by a developer. I don't think there's a lot of other houses. There are not a lot of other houses being built on what land is left, which is there isn't a whole lot of land left to build a house on in Boulder City. So that's just a developer number that they're providing, the 35 per year.
And if I may, they provided this information to all of us back in March of last year. If we were going to want to have a conversation, as you indicated, George, about taking risk into these projections, and we would have had to have that conversation with a consultant, and we would have had it in their scope of work.
Well, I didn't make
Because that would have been a
scope of-
whole different level of effort.
Okay, I don't want to be disrespectful, but this is turning into slapstick. I mean, saying, oh, if you wanted to just, the whole business of utilities is risks. It's nothing other than risk. It's how reliably can you supply things.
But what I'm saying is, and I'll just take from my perspective, not even with this committee. We received these numbers, we reviewed their projections. We looked at them, we said, these are reasonable for a rate study. That's going, right, that's what I said. I'm thinking, this was me as your utility director. I've reviewed a number of rate studies before. Do these make, reasonable sense in the realm of a 5-year look ahead? And we looked at them, and then not just table 1, a lot of these tables, and we said, yes, they make reasonable sense. Did we take into account the risk you're talking about? No, we did not.
You're being honest about that, and I appreciate that. And you're the director. I'm just a clown off the streets. I've never pretended anything else. But I'm just saying, to me, I see risks because the world is changing around us, and these assumptions that they've made based on extrapolations. I mean, we can argue about this all afternoon. What decides is time. Time will decide, whether I'm right or you're right, and there wasn't any risk, or whether, there was an appreciable risk. But what bothers me with this narrative is it'll be, oh, we never saw this coming. Out of thin air, we suddenly realized. It's like, hell no. Everyone's talking about these risks. Trust me, the guys at Lake Powell are panicking because the lake's going down and they have to move their marinas. And the lake's going down to where it could get to zero hydropower. And so, but this is what I mean about a thorough discussion. If I hadn't said anything, everyone would have said, table 1's great, on we go. And it's no, table 1 is a catastrophe. Or the risks, I agree with you. We actually agree. It's just about what you should do, whether you should take risk into account or not. And I think if it was a personal investment we were making, if you were buying land in Arizona, you would take risk into account. You wouldn't say, well, we're not going to discuss risk. We'll just extrapolate what happened the last 10 years and assume that, whatever. So I think when we look at our own personal issues, we don't treat it this way. Risk is the whole game to the residents. If the utility costs blow up because we haven't taken this into account, all of this will vanish into thin air. And they'll say, well, that was, 3-5 years ago. But again, I don't mean to put a spanner in the works, but I was asked a specific question. Okay, let's look at table 1. I'm looking at table 1. I'm telling you what I think is wrong with it. I agree, we both agree, they've hidden is unfair. By circumstance, the risk is hidden. It's not there. And we're assuming the risk. That's the problem. And that's dangerous in contracts. The risk should be on both partners. And on these hydro contracts, we are assuming all the risk. No one would buy a car and tell the dealership, if you can't deliver the car, I'm going to pay you anyway. I don't think there's one person in this room who would do that. These are $200 million contracts we've signed for 50 years. That's what, I'm going on a rant now, but I see the council sitting here discussing $20,000 for moving a door in a business, down the street, and that's an hour and a half. But the $220 million of hydro contracts are not discussed at all. And they're gonna have consequences for this number, the number of residential customers. That's what I think.
Well, the contract was already been discussed. The contract is the deal. There's a lot of factors that aren't understood. Have you done a rate process before?
No,
Okay, so then there are factors that are done. So what's happening, I think a lot of us are trying to say, so I guess the thing is that I'd like to make it, and this is what, so we can be, we're not necessarily being uncivil, but we are starting to point fingers at each other. And that's not what I want to do. And it sounds like you don't want to do it, but there are things saying, well, you don't understand, you're going to take this at face value, you. It's a little insulting. So if we could just try to be a little more civil and state that we're all trying to find the answer, and that's what I'm trying to do right now is let's look at the tables, let's look what's
That's what I'm
reasonable, and
I'm looking
trying
at
to.
line one of table one. That's what we're discussing.
But if you look at it and you say, okay, so it's not the table itself is not a catastrophe, and if you look at fiscal year 22, it's not a catastrophe. So in a rate process, you have to make certain assumptions. And so maybe some of the assumptions weren't taken that you wanted. And maybe we didn't have the time in our discussions with the contractor to get some of that vetted out. That I agree that we did not get things vetted that I would have liked to have seen vetted too. But we can't say the whole report or this table is a catastrophe in some of the aspects that you're looking for. And if we're going to go through the table like this, you have problems with every single table, I can tell.
Yes.
But these tables are starting points. So we're not saying, at least I'm not saying, and I think everybody else would agree, that we agree with this. That's what we're talking about. We're not saying we're going, the committee anyway, is that we're saying that the council should blindly look at these. That's what I'm trying to say is we need to look at them so we can say, no, these aren't something, you can't take this, put it on the shelf, pull it down 2 years later and say, oh yes, we paid for it and it's a great document and let's go forward. I don't agree with that. But at the same time, Dennis has a really good point. Let's try to be fair. Let's try to be fair to all of us. Just as Greg and other people have said, we all have our specialties. So let's try to use that and not be accusatory by, well, you haven't understood this, you don't understand that. We need to look at it and be a little more conscious of what we're doing.
Well, in your defense, I'd say my opinion is a minority opinion. And I'm astonished that in a city of 16,000, I'm the only one who thinks this. It's like Alice in Wonderland. It's like, that's why I get a bit agitated. But so
and just to
I'm not trying to insult people. I agree that's not helpful at all. And I agree with that. So it's just my nature to get a bit heated, but
yeah, and just a reminder, George, I mean, I know we can go around and around on the numbers, but we do have the spreadsheet model. You can run scenarios that are the extreme. We could run a scenario where these number of accounts drop by 1,000 over 5 years, and we could see what that impact would be. That's the beauty of having the model. I know you don't agree with all the numbers of the model, but from, you can do those scenarios. That's not what we asked the consultant to do. This is what they did. But if this committee wanted to go look at some of those extremes in the future, we could do that.
Again, the reason I get a bit agitated is I'm not trying to bait the committee, or I just see a vulnerability, a certain fraction of our population that's vulnerable, which are people who are not well off, the elderly who are living on fixed incomes. And there are massive risks embedded in this thing that impact them. And from my perspective, they don't have a voice here. And that's what worries me. And so it's sort of on their behalf I'm doing this, not to, again, not to put a spanner in the works, but when you said, let's look at table one, I said, well, let's look at it. And, if you don't think I'm being reasonable, if you don't think there are risks, I think Dennis agrees there are risks, but it shouldn't be, well, we'll humor you. It's like, isn't there one person in Boulder City who can see my point of view, that there are massive uncertainties in the grid moving forward that are actually a risk to the vulnerable population, the people at the bottom who aren't sitting in this room, who don't seem to have a voice in the council.
I agree. There are risks out there, but one thing about it, we have a gut feeling that I think they're pretty well on track with what we need in the way of revenues going forward for a while. And these scenarios that you're talking about could happen. I'm not going to say they're not, and they may not, but they're not going to happen tomorrow or next year even, or maybe 2 years from now. But we could start seeing a trend, and at that point we got to sit back and we maybe have to adjust. but it's not gonna happen right now because we don't know what the future is. This is, in all my life, this is probably the most unforeseeable future that I've ever seen. I don't know what's coming up. This is a weird time. There's a lot of stuff going on, but we do the best we can. We pay these guys a lot of money, and they were interviewed, and they've had a lot of experience doing hundreds of these things a year, have probably done thousands of these kind of studies. And obviously they use a model that they just plug the numbers in. I mean, they've developed it and they've had success with it over the years. Granted, Boulder City is a little bit different. The way we do things here over the years, because of our uniqueness with the government and the contracts that we received and those kind of things, we have done things differently here. So their model didn't necessarily fit us, but they didn't know that going in because nobody told them that. So I don't know, but I think we could run around and we do the best we can and we move forward. And if it starts going south on us next year, 2 years from now, then we address it and we do something about it. But if the dam's going to dry up in 10 years, we're not prepared to make those kind of decisions at this point.
Okay, I think that's fair enough. Again, I feel like I'm putting a spanner in the works, but I'm trying to stay on point. We were asked about Table 1. I said, I just don't believe these numbers in Table 1. I think the uncertainties are much, much larger than the precision with which they've listed the numbers. And you could do the same with Lake Mead, you know. You could draw a line on how fast it's going down and say, well, it'll be at zero. And there are breaking points. At some point, you know, your electric power goes, you have 100%, then you have 80%, then you have 70%, and then you have zero. So, you know, it's not even a linear. There are a lot of non-linearities in here. Yes, I have never done a rate study. Yes, we paid them a lot of money, and I'm not getting paid anything. On that standard, everything I'm saying is nonsense because my opinion is worth exactly zero. And so, but I don't see it that way because the laws of physics are not, you know, dependent on how much the salary of the person that discovered them. And Albert Einstein was a lowly patent clerk, not even working as a physicist, but he was right. And so I think it's more important, rather than asking how much money we spent for the opinion, we should ask whether the opinion has any value. And that's what I'm questioning. In reality, maybe if we paid him $1 million, should we trust him 5 times more? I don't see that argument.
I think what most of us are saying, if not all of us are saying, is that the next couple, Ned said it totally correct, is that the next year or two, I don't see the major risks you're talking about happening in the next year or two. So what we've talked about in a lot of these meetings, and I'm hoping you agree, is that we've been, and we're in a tight schedule here, we've got about another hour to discuss this, and then we're going to have to switch over. We have another hour, maybe an hour and 15 minutes, and time goes fast, so that might seem a lot, but it's not necessarily a lot. So I'd like to be able to go through things a little bit faster. But the thing is that risk is it. So again, please do not say, well, you don't care about risk, you don't do this, you don't, please refer to that. Even though it's your opinion, it's still looking like we don't care, we don't. We do. We're here. We're trying to do the best we can. We all understand, we understand risk. It's just a matter of how do you put it in. So I think Dennis has a good point. And Eileen, so if you want to come in and come to us, don't just tell us it's wrong, show us what can be changed. Even just give us a table or two of what could be changed and the perspective.
But
then
I
we
did
can
that
understand
already.
it.
I did that 2 months ago.
You did not. You did not bring in a spreadsheet. You didn't say,
Yes, I did.
You did not bring a spreadsheet in.
Yes.
You didn't bring your own spreadsheet in.
I referred to their spreadsheet is what I referred to, their numbers on their rate study, the Excel. I said, in this table is this. I was very precise.
Yes, you did, but can you take a comparison and say, okay, if you look at the way I'm looking at it, then here's their number, here's my number. You have not done that.
No, I mean, I can redo the whole thing.
No, I'm not asking you to do that. One table.
Well, I've given you table 1 is wrong already.
Bring me in a table that you say, can you tell me that 7,202 is wrong?
Yeah, I can tell you that right now.
What would you put in there?
A range of numbers subject to uncertainties. And that's what we should be discussing. I'm not a god. I'm saying that's what this committee should be discussing. How vulnerable are we to these risks?
Okay. But what I'm trying to explain to you is that we have not had the time to go into the detail that you are asking for. We don't have the time today. What we're trying to do is figure out what we can do and in the future. So what a lot of us are trying to say is that for the 3% where you started out with, the 3% for next year's reduction is not, your variable risk factors are not a factor in that. Because the sky is not gonna fall next year to the extent you're talking. There's still things that could happen, there's no doubt. But Greg has pointed out that we have fallbacks, we have safety factors. So for next year, we don't have an issue. That's what we agreed on. That's why the majority of us agreed to the 3%. We understand a lot of the different structures and we're trying to work with it. But that's what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to say, this is a starting point to understand the structure. Why is it that we have historically 6,990? So this is from bills. So just so we understand what it is. And then so it is. But in a rate process, because I even told you that. I asked you, said, okay, we could do a probability. And you told me, no, that won't work. But then you just tell me that's what you're going to give me. So in a rate study, you can say, okay, here's the probability, here's the most probable, here's an average. But if you're going to give me a whole bunch of numbers just based on table 1 and you're going to give me numbers on everything, how are we going to get, we have 29 tables and you're going to give me a basis of all that, how is it going to work?
I don't know. But
Okay.
I just think if we're just going to go through this, if I hadn't said anything, we would now be on table 20.
Because we're going to come back to these. This is not a one-time deal, and okay, so again, I don't want to be argumentative. I'm trying not to say anybody's wrong, and that's one thing I'd ask you,
You
please
tell me
not
I'm
to
wrong.
tell us, is I'm asking you to work with us, not to tell us that we're all wrong. Okay, so, yeah, so as we go through this, then I would suggest we look at a table that has a little more aspect, or you believe is a major meeting, you bring one table back to us that says, here's their numbers, here's what I suggest. Is that something that the committee thinks have value?
Well, I can do that with table 1. I can say, here's their numbers. What we suggest is, what is the range of uncertainty?
And you bring that back to us, and you tell us the risk, and you explain it to us.
I'm not an expert.
Well, the rest of it aren't either then. So you're telling us we don't know,
Yes.
but you don't know either.
Correct. So we should look into it. We should discuss it and say, what are the vulnerabilities to risk?
Okay, well then
That's
look
a topic for another workshop. Let's cut it short.
okay,
We're burning time.
so but we have the same thing on 1, 2, and 3, so we need to figure out what we've got. So, but again, my basic concept was that there's information here that allows us to understand the city better, just even the characterization, the descriptions. This is something we didn't have before the report. So it is value. So then we try to figure out what, and that's something we can tell the council, it's nothing else, is the table has value in the way it's laid out. We don't necessarily agree with the numbers. If that's what the majority thinks, we can work on that. That's what I'm trying to get across. I'm assuming that, I'm not sure we even want to go with table 4, 5, and 6, because I'm assuming you don't trust those tables at all.
Well, that makes exactly the point that I made with Dennis, where they claimed, if we look at table 4, they have residential usage that they're predicting to the kilowatt hour for 2026. They say they know that the residents are going to use 90,453,952 kilowatt hours. And I'm saying, no, they don't. We do not know to the kilowatt hour. Again, it's back to the uncertainties. They claimed at the workshop that they had fixed that problem, and that was no longer present in the data. And here it is in the data. Everything is quoted to a kilowatt hour of accuracy.
You know, there's no way anybody can predict an exact number. All these are estimates. There's no way you can predict what the weather's going to do on any given day, how many people are going to be home, how many people are going to be on vacation, how many houses are going to be occupied, how many houses are going to be built. It's a crystal ball that we don't have access to. I don't know what you're trying to pull out of these things.
Well, why have a number at all then?
Because it gives us some kind of a target to shoot for. You know, you never can hit the bullseye every time on a target, but you got a target shooting at, you know?
My point is, how accurately can you predict the usage? And you're saying that's irrelevant. We don't do error analysis.
You know, I was in the business for 30-some years, you know? I know that doesn't mean anything, but
it means everything.
You get a pretty good feel. I could take any given day, and I usually knew pretty well what kind of a demand we were going to be looking at that day. I could look at every month, and I was pretty good at forecasting what we were going to be doing the next year based upon past practices. That's all these guys are doing. They're looking at what the future's going to hold and look like based on past trends and activities, and And you look at, take into account technology, you got LED lighting, you got LED TVs, you got loads that are changing, you factor all that, and there's a lot of gut. And I know you don't like that, but that's what sometimes you look at, and it works.
Well, whether it works or not
wait a
remains to
sec.
be seen.
Wait a second, you forgot the WAG factor. Yeah, the thing is when you go in, like, let's say I come over to your place and I do a utility assessment, I can usually, like he's saying, within probably 4 kW kilowatt hours, I can figure what your usage is on a daily basis. Okay, and that's all we're trying to do. These are estimates. These aren't accurate. These aren't accurate like you're asking for. These are estimates.
You don't understand what I'm asking. I'm sorry, with apology. I don't know how to say that politely, or maybe let me put it on me. I'm not expressing myself clearly.
And I think that may be right, because I really don't know what you're, I know you're smarter than that. I mean, I don't mean.
You can call me an idiot, it won't bother me at all.
I really respect what you're doing, but I don't know that we can hit those kind of numbers as exactly as you act like you want us to hit them. I don't know where that's coming from.
It makes no sense to me to say to the kilowatt hour, if they think they know it to.
What would you propose? What kind of number would you?
That's what we ought to be discussing. 90 million? Do we think the number will lie between, 100 million and 80 million?
Well, having done that for a lot of years, I got pretty good at doing that kind of stuff based upon all kinds of factors. And these guys have got a lot more access to a lot more of that kind of stuff than I've got, so, and I mean, I look at these numbers and they look fine to me. They really do. I mean, that's the best you can do.
Okay, well, I think we're a group of people. I think they look fine to me. It's not good enough when you're running $100 million, utility and say, well, it looked fine to us. It looked plausible. I just don't, because there are these things that are changing. What you've seen in your lifetime is not happening anymore.
I agree. I really do. I said that.
Yeah. So therefore, the uncertainties are enormous. They can go either way.
And what do we do? Who knows? I mean, who's got that crystal ball that says, yes, they are, or no, they're not?
Well, we can say we don't know. We don't know to within this accuracy. And so things get extremely blurry. That's what I'm saying.
And I agree. I do. I really do. But I like to say is we do have the purchase power rider that's on there. We have mechanisms in place to cover the cost. And hopefully that gives us some time. That gives us some time to go into the future and fix it, adjust it if we have to. It's not going to happen tomorrow or day, next year even. We do have some time to adjust these things and make them work. That's the best we can do.
But for me, the problem is if we do what Larry says, and we're just going to look a year ahead. It's like being in the rapid. Well, I'm only going to look, I'm coming into Lava Falls and Grand Canyon, and I'm only going to look 10 feet ahead. Well, no. And when you're running a rapid, you have to set up for where you're going to be in 100 feet.
I mean, I've done that stuff, but you can look 1, 2, 5 years, whatever you do, but you look far enough ahead that you can actually cover those kind of contingencies, and that's all you can do. That's the best you can do.
Well, that's what I think this study doesn't do. That's my point.
Well, I disagree because I think it does.
And I respect the fact you've done it for a living, and I've looked at stars for a living, and so I don't know why they even let me in this room, to be honest. I didn't expect them
We like it,
to leave me. No, it's not a matter of whether you like me or not. You have credibility. I know that you know a hell of a lot more than I do. I don't pretend otherwise. I'm not trying to butter you up. You ran the stamp system. I've run nothing. I'm some clown who was teaching astronomy at the university. But I see enormous risks here that no one else sees for some reason. And I have to admit, I'm flabbergasted. There's not one person out of 16,000 that understands. The Colorado River Commission understands. And when I talk to the scientists, they understand them. They're very clear. Their stress test is wrong. So this is going to hit us. It's not some egghead stuff about, oh, well, maybe it rains, maybe it doesn't. This is a rapid that we're heading into, and we're not aware of it because we're extrapolating all this stuff and looking at these pretty numbers here that don't mean anything. They're meaningless numbers.
That's not true.
One thing, and I know Larry probably remembers, but I remember being in the Hoover Coordinating Committee meetings when we talked about this. It was always out there. There was the possibility that if they ever went to dead pool, there would be no more generation at Hoover. And at that point, nobody ever pointed their finger and said, you guys are going to be on the hook for sure. It was kind of like, well, we'll figure it out when it comes to that. The government may step up. Somebody may do something and they're good at doing that nowadays. I mean, you look at what's going on in the world today. They're finding money to take care of people all over the place. And so I would expect they'll do the same thing for us at some point, if it comes to that.
What the CRC told me is there would be a lawsuit. Okay, if there's a lawsuit, who's going to pay for that? Is that going to go through the utilities then? If we sue the federal government and say, we are not going to pay you for not giving us electricity. It's, in other words, extrapolating these numbers indefinitely, none of that's in there. It's just,
Well, I think we all can agree that the further out the forecast is, the fuzzier the numbers are. And as far as them, putting it right down to the kilowatt hour, all they were doing is taking it and adding the percentage and letting the numbers run. But if we look at, like I asked for the exact numbers for fiscal year 2020, and if we see that their estimate was correct, then we can move forward. If it's not correct, we can put in the correct number and then make the projections. But also, there is an error factor of like 5% one way or the other. They didn't state that, and they should have.
well, the numbers are not consistent with the integrated resource plan numbers for the usage. I asked them that, and they weren't even aware of the integrated resource plan. I mean, this is the problem with this study. I realize we're here to do a job, and it sounds good if we roll through the thing, and and no one's shut me up. I'll shut up if you want me to, because, you have a job to do. And as I said, I'm not here to put a spanner in the works. I see enormous risks in the future that we're not taking into account yet. I may be wrong. Who knows? You wear your seatbelt not because you're guaranteed. You don't go, oh shit, I didn't have an accident today. I wore my seatbelt for nothing. That was a really bonehead move to do. So I'm trying to look at insurance at like, what if? And none of that is in here. That's my problem.
Yeah, just, George, those words slip out of my mouth every now and then as well, but be careful.
Okay, well, I apologize for the 3 people who were offended. They can write to me and let me know.
So I think the thing is, if I said it differently, I apologize. But what I'm trying to get at is that, and I think a lot of us too, is that this year, next year, maybe a third year out, those are really important years that we want to try to nail down better. And some of the risk factors you're talking about, I don't think are there yet. So I didn't say they're not important. I just said we've got places and time to focus on. Right now, we've got limited time to focus on what we can do. So we need to look at it, and I think everybody is agreeing. Okay, we are in different times. We don't know. 10 years ago, we probably wouldn't have had the major risk aspects that you're talking about, or 20 years at least. So that's different, and so maybe the rate aspect's a little different, but not necessarily completely. So the biggest thing is that we all are trying. So again, please, when you say, well, you don't care, it makes us look foolish. And so please, let me finish. So what I'm trying to do is just say that we do care, we do realize there's risk. We have to figure out a way to find time to get to discussions. And again, please bring back a couple tables, not the whole thing, 1, 2, 3 tables. It's up to you if you go more than one table, but bring something back that has value that you can say, this is what they showed, this is the risk that I'm trying to explain, and then we can talk about it. Because right now we're batting things too back and forth, and we're not getting anywhere. So again, what I'm trying to do in this report is, again, look at table 4. How much do we understand there's historical numbers that we have for these different classifications in table 4 and 5. Ned understood it, one thing, and maybe Greg, but most of us didn't really know these numbers. So it has value. That's what I'm just trying to point out. So it wasn't a one-time thing that, okay, you agreed with this and we're going to go and never see this table again. I'm just trying to show that there's different aspects that we can use this report for, can use the tables for, and then we can ask clarification. And then you can say, okay, what do we want to use it for? We want to use it for next year's rate? Do we want to use it for 5, 10 years out? And then a lot of the questions and stuff that you're bringing up can be used. Look at 5, 10 years, bring this risk factor in. But most of the time, if you listen to the rest of us, we are asking the questions in thing. How do we make sure that infrastructure can handle things if something happens? How do we do this? We're bringing it up. We just don't have the time. We don't have all the knowledge yet. So we are trying to do some of this thing. So just please keep that in mind. It isn't just one person like you and 16,000 that thinks there's a risk. There's several people that it's just, how do you do it? So to bring it up and say, let's look at it, yes, I agree with you, but it's still be careful on how you do it and slapping us with it and saying that we don't care, we don't know. We are trying. Okay, so, we've got, table 4, 5. So table 4 is a energy forecast, but it also has historic numbers. So at least you have some value in that, just to gives you historical values for 17, 18, 19, and then as Eileen has pointed out, however we can update this in the future, we can get actual 2020 numbers and some of this stuff to do. So as we go forward and as we figure out, that's one thing maybe in the next half hour or so, we're gonna have to figure out what's the next step and what has the most value to it. But I guess what I'm just trying to point out is that each table has a value to it that we can at least start with.
Again, the historical numbers are different to the ones from the integrated resource plan. So why are their numbers different?
I don't think the integrated resource plan has the residential, it doesn't have it broken like this, does it?
No, but the sum is different.
Okay, then we gotta, and again, you need to figure out if it's fiscal year. Did you look up the fiscal year in the integrated? Is integrated fiscal or calendar?
I've got it right here. Let me try and
Because this is fiscal year, and that's one thing that gets really confusing with energy is it's, a lot of times you'll see it in calendar year.
I think the IRP is calendar year, if
I was
I'm
gonna
not
say,
mistaken.
how often, I know, the IRP, we used to have to do it every 5 years, I think.
It's every 5 years.
And I can't remember, did we have to do an update every year, or was it just,
We did it, no, the last one, it's every 5 years.
that's what I was thinking, and so we're basically.
2018 was the last time.
Yeah, so we're basically 5 years out, so,
Well, we had been discussing, doing at least some level of an update, just because of the way the solar's
Right.
changing and.
sure,
some
and that
things.
makes sense.
The IRP official adoption was July 10th of 2018.
So we're out about 5 years, so yeah, those numbers are gonna be different, and Raft Hills probably wasn't, maybe nobody pointed it out to them, this IRP that was out there. I don't know, but maybe that's why it
I
doesn't show
did
up.
point that out to them, actually.
Well, and that's some of the flaws in it, is that a lot of these numbers don't match the way we see it in other factors.
Well,
That's,
remember, these are by customer, the IRP, I believe, is right off the meter from CRC, so
Okay.
they're not gonna be the same.
Yeah,
so,
it's, based upon the printed this report, back in 18, there was 98,270 megawatt hours, or 64.1% of energy sales. 2018, when it was adopted.
Residential was
98,270 megawatt hours.
these guys are saying 93 million, so I don't know.
Well, see, the problem is, in 5 years, you've got more LED light fixtures, you've got LED appliances, you've got all this different thing, and then you gotta understand something, George, in 2020, we got hit with COVID, so now everybody's at home. So now your numbers are gonna be skewed again. So, yeah,
But like for 2017, this thing says 151 million kilowatt hours, and they have 159 in the integrated resource plan.
but if it's calendar year, that would totally be different because it's fiscal year and calendar year will never match.
Well, if it's the CRC meter, it's not gonna match sales.
Yeah,
You get line losses, everything
yeah.
else, so.
8 million is a reasonable amount, but if it's fiscal year compared to calendar year, that would be, it could be that or even more.
Their number is calendar year.
And this is fiscal year. Yes, right there.
Why would it fluctuate by that much, whether it's fiscal year?
Climate, temperature.
So you're saying the climate was that different in 2018 than?
There are many, over the years, there will be hot years, mild years, cold years, winters, summers, it all changes, and they never did jive real close. I mean, it was a general pattern, but it's just very, you never know. Things were different.
here's an interesting side note real quick. In this IRP that was written, purchase power contracts, Hoover A expires in 2067, B expires in 2067, SL SLAP, I guess that is, Larry, is 2024, which would be one you have to worry about. Okay, and then market
That's been-
energy varies.
That's been.
That's already
that
been
Contract's been amended.
It's already been
Okay.
extended.
So That's also, so you're talking 2067 before we have to review the contracts, purchase power contracts on Hoover A and Hoover B.
And the Salt River contract, that's one thing, unless you've actually seen it, I'm not positive that we're obligated to pay for the Salt River contract power if we don't get it.
The Salt Lake City area integrated projects and the Colorado River Commission, through whom it goes, thinks that we are.
Did
And
they
by the way-
say it specifically? Because A and B are different than that.
They said they wouldn't say it publicly, but they said it informally in a coffee shop 100 feet away, so.
And,
we
said,
can do
and
it.
that's, so if they don't say it publicly, let's not keep throwing them on the bus.
I'm not throwing them under the bus.
We're in a public setting too, so I
I'm
don't.
not throwing anyone under the bus. Again, I'm talking about risk. When I asked for that contract to be taken off the consent agenda, that was refused. So these contracts were never publicly discussed. At least the Salt Lake City one wasn't. And I think that was a mistake and a big error of judgment on the part of the council. That at the very least, we could at least agree that these contracts should be discussed publicly. But anyway, we're getting off, whatever we were on.
Okay, so there again, that's just, so table 4. Table 5 is demand, and that's only a small demand. It's just demand that's actually, I'm assuming that was read off the meters. Dennis, do you have any idea that we actually had demand meters? Yes. Okay, so then that would be something that we might want to look at in the future to get a better idea of. So that one's one that we'd want to ask more questions on, I think. That's true. It's just, again, all I'm saying is that these have value, though, to understand the system. And when we're seeing this amount of demand, because you have, so it's 133,000, where the peak demand was 50. So just make sure it can make.
150 megawatts. I think that's basically. Typically, the city is hitting about 150 million kilowatt hours in a year, I think, and
kilowatt hours.
Yeah, that's how much the city is using, is roughly that 150. If the numbers are still holding the same. When I was here, I think we were up to 155 million, but it backed off after that because of energy efficiency improvements and things like that.
But if we were to include all the megawatts in there, then we would have been, if we were to say that it'd be somewhere closer to at least 50,000 kilowatt hours, correct? Instead of 100 and.
Yeah, exactly.
So
that's 50 megawatts, really.
Yeah. And I'm just trying to say, this is just a really small portion of the command is what I'm saying. So I agree with what you're saying, Dennis, because the way it's done, it's not affecting it. But if we're trying to understand the system, we might want to have another table. So I guess I hear what you're saying. For what they did, this is okay. But for the committee understanding, and that's what I'm pointing out. Again, it's a starting point. It's a value. We see what was used here. We understand it, and then, okay, how can we increase our knowledge by understanding more of it? That's what I'm trying to get to. The water usage is another thing, and with conservation and stuff, we need to understand that more. But historically, there's some numbers here that it gives us an idea of where we're at. So again, we have the classes broken out, and we've got an idea of what each class is using, and we can ask for clarification. But it gives us a breakout that we did not have before this report.
Again, since Ned, you've worked with these things, I'm not clear on the electric power demand forecast. It's in kilowatts. So it's 133 megawatts of power, but Boulder City's usage peaked at 50 megawatts. So
I was just looking at that too.
I remember, I asked Reftelis a specific point, and the guy laughed at me and said, do you think anyone's going to care? That was his answer. So, because this is relevant, these numbers are important, and we need to understand where they come from and what they're telling us. That's my point. Again, we just glossed over something where even Ned, who's done this for a living, doesn't know what these numbers mean.
Again, Ned does, Ned just didn't bring it up. Okay.
Well, you want to explain then? I'm not trying to embarrass you. You guys are frightened of looking stupid. I don't mind looking like an idiot. Let's just find out how this thing works. That's what I'm trying to do. Who cares? We're all idiots. We're not idiots. That's not the point. Let's try and get some knowledge here. So what do these numbers mean then in Table 5?
as I look at it, I wonder the same thing, because, yeah, that doesn't make, in 2017, 101 megawatts is what they're saying. 101,000 kilowatts is basically 101 megawatts. So I'm not sure.
I think it might be the maximum demand. The guy had told me and I forgot.
That-
I called him up and asked him
You
that.
know, that could be maximum connected, and obviously connected is different than, because it's not coincident. You know, you rely on about a 50% load factor or something like that, so you're gonna be a long ways away from that. It could be there's a connected
Exactly. I think it's a
load
load
out there of
factor.
that much. And that's probably what it is, actually. Those aren't actual usage numbers that the city has to look at. Those are what, conceivably, if everybody is using 100%,
Yes.
at every minute at the same time, that's what you'd look at.
So they're purchasing the ability to use that much power, and they're adding all that up as a maximum.
Yes.
But I think it's important to understand these things. It's not about making people look stupid. You know, you can all assume I'm a complete idiot. Let's get that out of the way. But let's try and learn something about what these numbers mean. And the fact is, we're not quite sure what they mean. We're guessing that it means capacity that the commercial businesses can purchase, which is quite different to actually power demand. So that title on the table is misleading. It's not power demand. It's if everyone maxed out their power, that would be the maximum you would expect. But that actually doesn't happen in practice, because 50 was the answer for 2016, where I have data from Mr. Dwyer.
No, that's what we were all trying to, again, we're starting it, we haven't gotten detail. Thank you for clarifying that. That helps, and we can go on, but we're all trying to learn. So we're trying to figure it out. So yes, we need to figure out, because it could be, instead of kilowatts, it could be that these are kilowatt, these are thousands numbers, so you take the kilowatt out, the 100,000, 156, not kilowatt hours, that's just straight, watts.
No,
That
no,
could be
it
what
is kilowatts. So you multiply their numbers by 1,000, and you get, that's the purchase, that's the amount of power. If all the commercial businesses maxed out their power demand at once, that's the maximum they could use. I think that's what that means. So,
Yes, that's right. It's 101 megawatts.
yeah.
2017 would be 101.56 megawatts.
So that's what they could all use if all at once they maxed
That's if
out.
everybody was, that's how much connected load they have. But nobody ever uses, on a 100 amp meter, a 100 amp panel, nobody ever uses 100 amps. On a 200 amp, it's more like 100 amps maybe, you know.
Yeah.
So you never, and that might be what they're doing, is basically going on what their panel sizes are.
Right.
Either a 100 amp panel or a 200 amp panel or a 600 amp panel.
Right.
They could conceivably, if everybody did it at the same time,
Yeah.
this must be what that number is.
I agree
don't
with
know.
Larry. We
It's
want the data. I mean, we want to know. But that's my point. We don't want to slide over these tables and go, oh, well, maybe it's kilowatt hours or kilowatts. We should know, again, where they got these numbers and what they mean. Otherwise, what are we doing, you know?
Well, and I agree, but that's why we pay these guys the big bucks to do this, and they're showing us the numbers that, if we want to look at it, to go through that. But I have to kind of trust these guys, because obviously when you guys, and I haven't looked at the spreadsheet, but it's not going to be fun to try to follow through that thing. It's not going to be fun at all. You know?
I didn't say it was going to be
Remember,
fun.
this is right up our meter data. So this isn't number. These historical numbers are through peak power demand.
I don't think it's peak power demands. It can't be.
It's too high.
It can't.
Yeah, I think it's connected load.
Well, so it's not off meters, it's off the maximum meter. So we just, again, clarify the data. So and that's the thing, I guess. So when can we do this? We're saying each table has a lot of data. Each table has a lot of meaning. How do we take the time to do this? Well, this is the first time we've had time to go over the report at this much. So that's the thing. So we've got to figure out. Eileen's gave an example of that. We take some stuff home as homework and we try to bring it back and say, this is what I found. I'm not sure we're going to get there this time to figure that out, but that's one of the things we got. That's why I want to keep the rate study on the agenda as much as we can, so we can at least keep biting at it. So we do care. We do want to make a difference. We want to say what's important next year and then keep looking in the future. So just make sure that's what we are. We are trying to understand and we are trying to figure it out. So yes, I guess that's the thing is maybe we need to get a little bit more in it. But so my guess, Dennis, is that that's the maximum. It shouldn't be part of the rate study, because you would never you wouldn't determine that as a revenue
I
off
think
that.
the only thing they're using this for is the peak demand charge.
saying the maximum that could be or something.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be, you wouldn't suggest a revenue off this, because you wouldn't get it.
Yeah, I don't know what they even bothered to put this number in here for, because it must factor into their cost of service study somehow, but how that is, I don't know.
We can
And-
find that.
Okay. But I that's the one thing, so we can, since we aren't getting cost of study, the way that they did some of the demand, I totally agree that, I don't agree with the demand numbers that were calculated. And so those are things that we do want, so the cost, part of the cost of service issue is the way they used the demand and calculated the demand, and calculated who owes what, it to me is problematic. So it's something we want to go through. And that's one of the reasons that we don't have time to go through the cost of service, is because there's so much data there and so many assumptions that most of it has to be found in the spreadsheet. You can't find it in the report. They give you general explanations, but it's not easy to follow.
And you know, again, I've said this before, but I don't know how far we want to take this, because we paid these guys to do this, and they've got a lot of experience doing that, and they must have a good reputation, or we wouldn't have hired them. But to try and pick these numbers apart to the level we want to do that, I don't know that we can do that. I mean, I feel comfortable with what they have recommended and where we're going. And I think at this point, you know, we can look at some of this stuff, but we may just have to accept what they've given us and look at it in the next year or two and see where we're going, what the trend line is. If we're running out of money, obviously we need to raise rates. We need to adjust them somehow. And, but I don't know how deep we can get into it at this point.
That's a good question. And that's what I was hoping to do today, was try to get an idea of what would be our next steps that we could push for. So how to make our time most efficient. So I don't know even, so now, what are suggestions? And so we've got about a half an hour, maybe 45 minutes max. That'll give us enough time to do a little bit more on the water conservation. What does everybody suggest we try to do? We could talk a little bit about the city wholesale and maybe a little cost of service, or is there a table or two we want to look at to sort of get another feel for?
I have a question on the wastewater usage forecast. You don't meter the sewer, so where did the numbers come from? How do you know how much the residential wastewater was per gallon?
I think they backed it out all the way starting with the treatment plant, because they only one that measures the commercial off of water usage, and that's still an estimate, and then backed it out to a per capita. I don't know how else they would have done it.
So it's all just kind of guesswork on that?
At some level, yeah, because any agency that, which is almost all of them except for North Las Vegas, and just using the locals as an example, they're all single flat rates.
And I think
They're estimating them based on a percentage going back in the sewer.
And I think they use
Off of
this,
the water use.
I think they're looking at all across the country. They do these studies, and I think they've established, there's probably been studies done that basically say, depending on where you live, if you've got a lot of agriculture, or if you're gonna be watering your lawn, or if you're not watering your lawn, and those kind of, depending on where you are, they just plug these numbers into those models and come up with these numbers, because otherwise I don't see how they could do it either.
No, and I think they're fairly accurate, because we know what's going into the treatment plant.
There's also
For
another
this
way,
population and the number of residential units, they can come up with a pretty close estimate.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, the grand total is accurate because you can measure what's going into the wastewater plant. But how they broke it down between single-family, multifamily, and commercial and
Yeah,
city, to me, looks like it was all just kind of guesswork, or it
No,
might be in the ballpark, but it's,
Yeah, I could dig into the model and look.
it's based roughly upon your winter and summer usage of water at the residential water meter. And that is the most accurate way you can do it, because in the wintertime, traditionally, you don't use water to irrigate. And on your commercial businesses and industrial businesses, 100% of the water consumption being delivered to the business is being expressed as sewage outfall or process. one of the things that comes to mind is the water store. They are not being charged the right rate because they're selling water as a commodity, it's not going down the sewer. So that is something that was brought to my attention. I think another member said something about it a while back, and that has to be looked at and adjusted. But usually it's winter rates and summer rates on water, on the residential meter. And in my past, the city of Los Angeles gave the consumers the option to put a second meter on their residence to monitor the amount of water being used for irrigation. And you just do the math, and they were given a different rate.
And I know they based it on average winter usage, but I don't remember what months they used exactly. Something tells me it's October through March, but I'm not positive. I'd have to go back and look.
Speaking of conservation, we're talking about the conversion of the $3 a square foot on the municipal golf course and stuff like that. Does SNWA have a methodology or a vehicle to get money to convert from potable water on irrigation to non-potable water?
Not that I'm aware of.
Because we are a member.
There are mechanisms in the valley for converting, there are different rate structures for converting. But they're all different whether you go from potable to reclaimed water. But those are all more based on their own individual policies for each agency. But I don't think the SNWA wouldn't or get involved in that portion.
Because we are a founding member of SNWA, that was why I was asking the question.
Yeah.
And they've hijacked our water allotment for the Colorado River. They're taking every bit of the surplus that we were allocated and using it other places at a higher rate.
So there's certainly a conversation that can be had, which is probably more on the next agenda item. So.
Yeah, yeah.
4 or 5?
Whichever one the water conservation one is.
4.
4.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe is the people at least get a chance to use the tables, or maybe even coming in next time. So I think I mentioned it, but I didn't clarify it. Like I said, I had a chance to talk to the mayor, and I told him that, confirmed that that I understood from everybody that we did want to have a workshop, would like to have a workshop with them. And so my understanding was he was going to ask the city clerk to put out a request to the rest of the council members to see if they were interested, and to have it as early as next month, because that would allow the current council people to look into it also. Then we could have another meeting later on. So we might have to use, and we can talk more about this in our regular meeting, when we look at future agendas. We might want to use our June 2nd meeting for that, if everybody would agree to do that. I think it would be beneficial to have the workshop with them. Unfortunately, though, we've had so much disagreement today, I'm not sure where to start with that. And just to say that I guess that's one thing maybe we can talk about towards the end here, is if that's a case. But we would be able to get their input. They've had this for some time, whether they've had time to look at it or not. Maybe we can start by asking what their concerns are. Maybe that's a part and what they would like us to focus on. But I believe that we can use this data as we go forward, that we can start saying, okay, now that we've suggested the 3% rate increase, we've looked at the resolution. So now, George, we can look into the future and find out what else can be done, and how do we look forward and find out how much can there still be additional reductions and stuff like that.
Yeah, I feel bad. I'm sorry I tortured you guys today but the legitimate concerns that I see, and like I say, I'm a bit baffled that it's not even in this committee. I don't think the council sees them. I don't think our residents see them, and maybe I'm totally wrong, but there's a whole community outside of this room that I follow, and Dennis knows their names, Udall, Fleck, all these guys who look at this stuff. They're in full panic mode. They're like, we've never seen anything like this before, what's happening right now.
it's not that people necessarily don't understand it, it's just, again, how do you initialize it? Where can even the council put it on their agenda? It's not something easy to put in an open meeting law issue.
I agree with you. You've nailed it on the head. But it's like if you're on the Titanic and the whole thing's going down, and you're like, well, we can't discuss the lifeboats because that's not on the agenda.
We're not saying we can't discuss it, we say we've got to find a place to do it. And
I agree with that.
we've-
That's the first thing.
And we're trying, and this meeting is the first place to do that. And so we're listening to you,
Yeah.
and so to make sure we are listening to you, okay?
I'm not trying to dictate this committee. That's not my nature at all. I don't seek power. But I'm saying it would be in the interests of this community to find a way to do this, because this is a real problem. And if our institutions are not dialed in, nature doesn't care. Nature doesn't care that we don't have a,
I
global
think-
warming committee. The laws of physics, that's why I got onto this thing, are dictating what's happening, not the laws of man.
Well, and that's probably, I don't even know if this is the place to be talking about it, but I mean, I think you're still concerned about the Colorado River drying up, which is possible, but there are other things that on a global scale, at least in this nation, that they can look at. The Columbia River, for one, is water, and there's even water that goes out of the Colorado Basin over into the Missouri River Basin, and that could even be pulled back into the Colorado. So there are things that could be done if it became that extreme, to that level.
Let's talk about this more in conservation. So, yeah, we're gonna get out of control again. So thanks, like I said, everyone's had some good comments. We just need we gotta find ways to dial in and try to get progress done. So being that said, I'm not, unless somebody has a specific table that we think we can make some progress on, I think we need to go on to the city's cost of wholesale, city using wholesale. I'd like to discuss that quickly if we can. Okay, I'm not sure there's go ahead, Marty.
I just wanted to make one comment about, we can look at this just 1 year at a time, and in the tables that are in there, it was an estimate for 20, we have those actual now. For 21, we've got 9 months, 3/4 of a year to compare. Just looking at those things, we can see whether they're maybe way off or just a little bit off. And in what we recommended as city council was just for the fiscal year of 22. And when we get to this, or later in this year, we can look at more information and think about what we want to recommend for 23. So I don't know, I want to use the word worked up over all this, but, we just go 1 year at a time, and we're going to then know what the lake levels are, and we're going to, as we keep going forward, we'll have more actual information, and we can make decisions at that point. That's all I wanted to say.
Thanks, Marty. I'm trying to make sure that I relate this right, so if I don't state it correctly, please let me know, and if somebody's got a better idea. But I guess the thing is that there is 2 scenarios, and the second scenario, I think it's hard to follow, I could be incorrect, but you got the one scenario where they do the cost authority and the city is gonna pay retail cost of water and electrical. And then they show a possibility that if it doesn't, I think they just show a percentage. They don't show how it's broken out, they just show a percentage of what it would cost if the city pays wholesale. I guess what I would like to just discuss is that I'm not positive I understand where the committee stands, but I think it's a value, and it might be a value to sort of get an understanding of the committee, is that since the city is a nonprofit organization, and as Marty has pointed out several times, it still comes out of the city pocket, whether we charge them for utilities out of the utility aspect or they have to pay it to the city fund, it still comes in. So what I would like to suggest is we think, and just sort of maybe even get a consensus of people, is that I believe myself that I think that it has value. It was originally set up, from what I can understand, that's what they pay. It's always been that they paid the wholesale. And I think it helps the citizens or it doesn't hurt, it helps, it has value in that sense. And then what I'd like to do is also encourage finance to say then, we've given you, it's a value that the city has by only paying wholesale, so please don't nickel and dime the utilities for every single thing that you say you could pay for. So it's sort of a starting of conversation is that let's work as a team, again, on a lot of things, let's work as a team and try to find what has value and how we can help each other. And how we can help, and part of that is how we help with the rates too. So by saying that we don't want, I just don't see that franchise fee, that's not even right. So if we were to charge retail, that, in my opinion, there's gotta be a different way to collect the money for it. I don't believe franchise fee is the way to do it. But I still think that there's value to having the city pay wholesale. So can I get some people to help me comment on that?
I would agree with that. Of course, that's the way it was always when I was here before. That's the way it always was, and it just doesn't seem right to have to the city pay, basically pay the retail rate for things when it's going to come back. They're the ones that are selling in the first place. It's going to come back to them. I think we can just avoid a step, and the only disadvantage to that is because perhaps the city is not quite as aware of, or maybe they're not as consistent about conserving it and being careful how they use it if they know they don't have to pay anything for it. Or otherwise, if they're paying for it, maybe the staff is going to be a little more cognizant of that issue and be a little more conservation minded. But other than that, I think it's fine to let them go ahead and use it as wholesale and just take it out of the pot that's theirs to take it out of.
I think that because the citizens of the city benefit from the city services, that they should not have an added charge onto it. It's just a baseline charge. In other words, that's just the bottom of what we're using. I do request, as part of the conservation topic, that we make a serious effort to stop the water running down the curbs and gutters at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. I mean, out in front of the coffee cup, I could float a boat on what I see going down, and I followed it back to some of the parks up there higher. So we do have to look at that from a standpoint of conservation, but by the same token, it also cleans the gutters out.
Anybody else have any comments? Because I guess what I should have started the preface is, since that is a major part of the report as far as some of the cost of service goes, is that in a conclusion or a part of a report that I believe we've all agreed we want to put together, just don't know when we can. But when we get to a point of putting something to the council, and maybe even when they're here, it would be a good idea to bring it up to let them know that. And I guess I'd like to say that the majority, or it'd be all of the committee, agrees that we're on board with continuing with the cost of service. I mean the wholesale price. And so that's one of the things that is part of the report. So that's one of the reasons I'm bringing it up is we would state we don't believe the city should pay retail. So therefore, the one cost of service has to be pretty much thrown out because it doesn't work with what we believe is the aspect. You see what I'm saying, Dennis? Mm-hmm. And so everybody else. So that's why it's in my opinion, it's an important factor.
I agree.
I agree with Ned, and I think he mentioned something that I've mentioned before, is the only reason to charge the city retail would be to make them more conscious of waste. But there's, if somehow we can get them to be more aware of what's going on and conserve on their own, there's no need to change it to retail. But then again, what you said, there's a big difference between wholesale and retail. So the city offices or funds are getting a benefit. They need to take that into account when they come back with their schedules as far as what they want to charge the utilities for staff and overhead and all that. It's a give and take. So I just think that needs to be taken into account.
Thanks.
I have reservations about the golf courses, but that's a whole, I don't, again, want to start a 1-hour discussion, but maybe they should be paying retail, I don't know.
Well, my biggest understanding with the golf course is that it's they can't make a profit, so if you charge them that, it'd be even harder to make a profit. But it's something I think that these are things we can talk about. I would like to talk about. It's sort of thing is like, okay, maybe the golf course, we need to look at the water and the power and stuff like that to say, okay, what's the percentage of the population in Boulder City that's really taking advantage of the golf course? And so if it's a smaller percent, then, and if everybody's paying for it, maybe that's not fair. If it's a larger percent, maybe it's, because I think, when we get into conservation, I think a lot of the city benefits from the parks. So that's one thing. And the parks and the golf courses are separate. So that's where we would want to start separating things. But I think in the initial, and as far as this reports go, and the cost of services, is we don't think we need to change the wholesale rate at this time. And maybe we do need to look at the golf courses or certain things. So we've got in the resolution, I think we can do it both ways if we had to,
Yeah, I can tell you this, and I don't have all the details, but I know a contract they're working with for the next maintenance contract with the golf courses, they are looking at, the water usage as part of that contract. And again, I don't have all those details, but it's something that they really haven't been forced to do before. They could pretty much do whatever they wanted with their watering on the 2 municipal courses. In addition to that, there's always the option of potentially converting the one course over to raw, which we can discuss further in the water conservation piece. But, I think, and again, I'm getting off to the next topic, so maybe I should wait. Water conservation.
Okay, thanks. So that was my biggest thing on the wholesale. Like I said, I think it'd be good if when we can get the city council here, I think that would be good to point that out. And I think if all of our members can express their thoughts, then it's better than when we present it at a meeting that it's only one person, that they see that everybody has a general idea that we want to go forward with that aspect. Any other comments on that aspect? Okay, thank you. Then I think my last comment would be on the, well, I guess there's two comments. Maybe the one thing is our Dennis, are you wanting any more information from us in the near future on the rest of the recommendations? Or, because I think maybe I assumed wrong. I was sort of assuming we were putting the rest of the recommendations on hold, and if not even disagreeing with them. I guess that's what I was hoping to do, was get more information from this report. To a certain extent, I'd like to say no to most of the rest of the recommendations, but I didn't think we had enough information to go there, and I didn't know what the city was expecting.
Obviously, I think with regards to the cost of service, we're not going to get anywhere with that, as we've all discussed, and tend to agree we probably need more data with regards to that. So, from that perspective, I think there's general agreement there. Again, the philosophical discussion on whether the city pays wholesale rate or not is discussion we just had. And then on top of that, the primary rate recommendation was going to a uniform rate versus using the tiered rates for water usage for the commercial users on the wastewater side. And that one is really it's a recommendation the rate consultant made. It was revenue neutral. It was just more of what they've seen industry-wide was typically it's more of a uniform rate, but it's not what I would consider really a high priority item, especially since it's revenue neutral for the most part.
Well, if everybody agrees that, well, so I guess, so with your comment on cost of service, maybe we can just try to get this, we can try to educate if you can help educate us on, what I would think to do is be helpful is to understand the history of Boulder City and why the utilities the rates were set as they were and how things happened. I was told that Steve Kuntz had some knowledge, well, more than just knowledge. And so I don't know if we can bring him in, if he'd be willing to, and explain this is what he understands, because you were telling me that he'd been doing it for years and years.
Yeah, usually when we had the rate deals, he would be the one that would put most of that together, because he was pretty knowledgeable about that. And he still lives here in town, but whether he'd be interested in coming in or not, I don't know. He's been retired for probably 14 years now, something like that.
But I think if we understand the aspect of the utilities better, because to me, and if I'm wrong, but for me, it looks like the cost of service was done more mathematically than it was by here's really how the system might be used.
Right. I think the other thing is if you really got to get past, if we're past the philosophical discussion on whether the city is charged wholesale versus retail, then I think that cost of service discussion probably gets a little more simpler, because that's the big part of it. There are still some differences so we'd have to go back and look at those calculations as well.
Well, okay, so
assuming that policy would stay the same on the electrical and the water side.
So then are you saying you're hoping, you want to get council's input on the water? Is that what you're saying?
Well, right now, council's the only one that can make that decision, so I think it would be good from them to hear from the committee on what the committee thinks. But again, the policy's, as Ned said, that policy's been in place for a long, long time, so. And clearly, finance would need to understand the impacts on the general fund if you were gonna make that change, as we know, so. If the committee consensus is that philosophy, makes sense to stay in place, that's probably something good for council to hear.
Okay,
But still, at the end of the day, it's their decision, so.
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay, I just make sure I understood what context you were saying that was going
Well,
to go
once you answer that
with.
one, then the question, the cost of service, and I have to go look at the numbers, they change quite a bit, but although there still is some differential between commercial and residential, in the cost of service, even if you don't, change the city policy.
Yeah, and
So we would just need to go back and revisit that, look at those numbers, decide,
Okay.
To me, that's a future objective.
Well, the one thing that, just to make sure that we're all on the same page, so related to the cost of service, I believe it's what's table 54, I think is, maybe, can you bring that up real quick? I think it's page 20, it's page, starts on page 74 of the packet, Josh, so I'm in the admin pack of the packet, but I'm trying to remember what page exactly it was on here. I think it was page 40 something.
48, 49, I believe.
Okay. So my biggest problem, I had two problems, in that this report states that the city couldn't find that a full cost study when it was done last. Well, it was done in 2012, so we do know there was a study. And at that point, they recommended a 10% modification or a 5% modification or a 10%, going the other way. And so my biggest problem is when you go to table 50, I think it's 54. Yes, table 54, page 48, just as you said, Dennis, thank you, sorry, didn't mean to contradict you. But that says, as we get there on page, so it's the, packet 48, so it's the, report for page 48. You'll see that, commercial is an 18% reduction, commercial greater than 300 kilowatts is 38%, 42%, 42%. And those are just really, really drastic numbers, even in a 4-year period, in my opinion. And so that's what I would, I guess, like to make sure that I'm not the only one. So that's one of the reasons I can't agree with that. So if we can say that, as we understand that, okay, maybe the commercial needs a change and maybe it needs a reduction, maybe, then let's look at a way. Like I did like the way that the 2012, I got to go back and look at it more closely, but what I understood is like, okay, they did a general cost of authority. They felt that the commercial could be reduced, but let's do it in a reasonable manner. This, to me, isn't reasonable in a 4-year period. So that's where I guess I'm trying to get at on that. So, and maybe that's the same thing that we could put in a report. So there again, if people would look at that at least and say, yes, I agree that that's too high and we don't want to go there, or no, that's reasonable and we want to figure it out. So, or if we do another option, it works out that way, we could live with it. So maybe that's something we can do in a future meeting also. But it might not be bad just to bring, because that would be another one I think I'd want to bring up to the city council to make sure they see that. And if they were to say, you know, with the recommendations, that's the big aspect they're looking at. And then if you look at, let's see, then is it trying to, then we'd have to, okay, then if you go to page 50, if you want to bring up page 50 and you table 57, that's if the city stays at status quo, then how things change, and you've got a 16% increase to residential. So as a thought, and I think since we're talking about the rate study, I would sort of say, can we find a way to not increase the residential, but find a way to reduce the commercial, but not increase the residential aspect is something to look at. And again, if we were talking to the council, that's something I'd like to bring up. So that's where I think there's hardly anything in that cost of service section I can agree with. And that's one thing that I would probably state at this time. And it's something, if people can look at it and see how we would want to state it. But right now, I'd almost say that one, I probably would say we wouldn't even want to take that going forward. But that might be a little bit too harsh, but most of it I can't agree with. Okay, so that's, Eileen, you had mentioned some type of homework assignments. I don't know that we got far enough to do that. Am I missing something? Do you think there's something we can do?
My thought, well, one thing, George talking about the spreadsheet and figuring out where the errors are, if somebody wants to work on that and come back with specific examples. I mean, it's a huge thing to tackle, but
I mean, I can certainly write up the one specific example that I'd given previously, and just as an example, and then say, you know, how many more of these would it take for you to accept that?
But please bring in numbers that you recommend, though. Don't just say this is wrong. Show us how you would fix it, please.
Well, I think that's something we should discuss. I mean, you know, if we're not prepared to discuss the proper, it shouldn't be just, well, here's what's on the menu, thumbs up, thumbs down. It's like, well, what do we think?
Well,
I can do that for you if you want.
Not thumbs up, thumbs down. If you bring us, this is how I think is a way to fix it, then we can discuss it. We see what you're doing, we see the numbers that are associated with it, and we can discuss it. By you saying this is just wrong, that's what we did today. We just went in circles. So we need something to compare it against.
Well, let's do a stage one, whether you agree with me that it's wrong, because otherwise there's no point in discussing fixing anything.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We agree that a lot of the numbers need to be clarified. And then with your risk aspect, that's different, but please bring it to us. So that, what I want to do is clarify, that's one homework assignment, is that please take a table or two, show how you would fix it. Or at least say, here's some different numbers that I think would be more helpful.
Yeah, I mean,
But I need something from you to say, instead of just, it's just wrong, how do I fix it?
well, let's see if you, first of all, agree whether it's wrong, because if you don't agree that it's wrong, there's no point in fixing it. So let me bring in a table and say, here's why I think this is wrong. Then if you agree that it's wrong, I'll show you how to fix it. How about that? Because otherwise, if I'm coming in with solutions and you're saying, well, these are non-solutions to non-problems, I'm just wasting my time.
Well, no, because that's gonna be another meeting, I'm not sure that's gonna, go ahead, Greg.
I agree, George. There is a variable, but we gotta start somewhere. So if you wanna take and have a span of X to Y, pick between that span, just say this is an alternative method for coming to the answer.
Sure, I can do that. I don't mind
That
doing
works
that.
really simple for us, because now we can boil it down to, okay, well, we like this variable. But like I told you many, many years ago, Boulder City was not meant to stay. Okay, so
Sure.
we're fighting the dragon that we don't have any control over what the dragon's gonna be eating next day. So I agree with what you're saying, I like it. I agree with you that the tables are wrong. I even found a table that was wrong. But the thing is, we're not gonna rehash this whole document. We just have to say, look, it's a reference document. It's not absolute, it's reference. Put it on the shelf.
I don't disagree with Larry in the sense that it's not very positive to say this is wrong, now what? But if you want my honest opinion, rather than going through, 150 tables and finding what's wrong with all of them, I think we would have been better off doing a rate study ourselves, and that would have been much more efficient, and we would have done, and we can still do that, rather than try and fix this thing, which I don't think is fixable. But it's my opinion.
Okay, well, I'm not really asking it to fix, and if we're not gonna, I'm not asking to fix it. Now, what the problem is, though, is if I'm understanding correctly, the city is, you've got the spreadsheet, and that's what you plan to do, and we'll have input on the rate model, but that's what you plan to do to bring to us to go forward in future years, until you ask for another study of some type.
Right, we don't see any reason to update the study anytime soon. Typically, it's 3 to 5 years when you update a rate study. Since we have the model, we can update the data and information in the model, and we can tell if there's major impacts based on actual data or any revisions in any kind of projections because of some variable that changed. That's why we have the model, and that's why we have the financial model, because we've never had that before. We've never had that ability to do that. They've done the rate study, implemented rates, waited 5 years, done the rate study, or whatever the time frame was, but they never had their own model. I would anticipate the numbers wouldn't change a lot, but a new capital improvement project could come up and could impact any one of the utilities.
Okay, what I would suggest, and make sure that, so I'm giving a reasonable request, is that give us something that has a major factor in risk, and that you can say, here's what they have, here's what I suggest, you can see the major difference. And then if you've got, okay, if this could go this way, or it could go way down here, then that, at least we can understand it. So then that won't take if you take one session, it won't take too much of your time, I'm hoping. That's what I'm asking, not a whole lot of your time, just to show us something. And then, I really like what Greg said. I think the best way is to look at this as a reference. I like that concept. And so if we're using it as a reference, we might not necessarily fix it. And that's what I was trying to get at, was the same point. Look at these tables, look at the value they have, and we can use a discussion, and we can start looking at rate processes. And so we can say, using these tables, we like this way aspect, and then we can then work with the city to find out what we can do within our scope of work.
I guess what seems like would be the most relevant to me is if there's a mistake that's so significant that it was going to impact our financial plan for the next 2-3 years, then that would be good to know. We can make that modification. If they're close, there's no real reason to get concerned because we know the financial plan is close. So
I
really,
think
what-
this is very reasonable, so surprisingly reasonable. I thought you guys were gonna tell me, why don't you go back to Europe or something, but actually if I can find a way to give my input, and we can find to see what happens to this model if the numbers change by what I think they might change, and that, I don't know, Greg's raised some, I'm not a know-it-all, Greg's raised some good points. Maybe actually there is an insurance that people can't get off the grid in Boulder City, in which case the customer numbers wouldn't change that much. My point about looking into the future is because you have to respond to an alert, your response time can't be longer than the time given to avoid a bad outcome. And so if we go year by year, it's like you're driving your car and you're looking, 3 feet ahead and you're saying, well, we're good for the next 3 feet. And suddenly there was something 100 feet ahead that you could have avoided. That's why I think it's important to have a longer baseline. I don't disagree with what Ned's saying. There are plenty of solutions, but they're not going to happen in time. That's my point, at the rate this crisis is unfolding. It is about uncertainty. Next year might be a wet year. I don't know. But it's a casino where the odds are stacked against us. And if we can incorporate that kind of thinking into this kind of thinking, we'll be in a lot better shape. That I do agree with.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying. So okay, thank you. Okay, so, is there anything else on that topic before we move on to the last topic of the agenda item besides public comment? Okay, well, thanks for everybody's input. I appreciate that. And again, if you guys, the last thing I guess I'll say is if somebody thinks of a better way to go, another way to go forward, let me know. But I think maybe I think as a reference and look at it that way is a way to go forward. And then we start saying, okay, if we use the rate study to look at rates and stuff, that's another aspect. So we just have to figure out how soon we can write up our comments to give something to the council. That'd be maybe that's where we start, and then we can find out too. But if we can get the council here in June, then maybe that they can sort of say we think that's one way to start. We see the major value in this as just as a reference, not as the tool that it was sort of pointed out to be. And we do not agree with most of the recommendations, especially since they're based on cost authority, and go from there. So if that's okay, then maybe that's, if we can get with the council, that's where I'd like to start. Okay. So now then, so about 45 minutes, an hour max, actually, so I apologize if we pushed into this more. Again, I think, so thank you for the information. I'm not sure we want to go through the slide portion that you sent out.
So yeah, for item 4, I wasn't planning on going through all of that information. It was really provided to you just so you guys have our reference documents on the ordinances regarding water conservation and drought. Just some of the latest information on what's going on the river, which I'm sure George saw that. And then just what's going on with conservation in general with SNWA. And then what I thought we'd do today is just have a philosophical conversation and maybe just my perspective of where I think we need to go, and then get some feedback from the committee. Some of it's really well defined given what's going on in the legislature. So we know, well, I'm 99.9% sure the legislation is going to pass that's going to require us to remove non-functional turf by 2026. So
Just one quick question. So when SFR is single-family residence, I'm assuming, is in that slide?
yes.
Okay, so it's non-single-family residence is what they're pushing for the turf.
This is essentially, you're driving into, my subdivision's a good example. You drive in there's a patch of grass off to the side. It's in front of the gated community. It gets used a little bit. We did Easter eggs out there, but mostly the only guys that use it are the guys that are mowing it. So that's kind of how they define it. The only people that step on it are our Parks and Rec guys. So there's no real definition for non-functional. That's the high-level in general definition. That's all going to have to be ironed out. There's going to be a separate committee as part of that legislation that's set up to put the rules on this together. But I think for this committee, and for me as the director, we probably need to give some recommendations to City Council on how we do this. that one's an easy starting point, because we know we got a deadline, December 31st of 2026, if it hasn't changed, which I don't think it has. And so the first thing we have to do is decide what's non-functional in the city of Boulder City. You know, so across the street, there's grass in front of the police department. I'm pretty sure that's non-functional. It looks nice, don't get me wrong, but that's probably a really easy example of something that we're going to have to address between now and 2026. You know, it gets to a little more fuzzy because a lot of these other areas get used, and I would consider functional. Even if they're not called a park, they're still pretty functional, especially with the amount of events we have. So I would distinguish that different. It'll be incumbent to us to make sure we clarify that when we're working with this SNWA committee that will be created to distinguish between those sorts of functions and non-functions, because that could be a fuzzy line. So the first thing the city's going to have to do is identify that. I don't think it's a lot, but it is some. So a golf course is functional. Doesn't mean we shouldn't have a separate plan to remove turf at golf courses, but it wouldn't be a mandate of this legislation. So that could be done on a different schedule and a different time frame. So right now I'm talking primarily about turf removal because that's one of the easiest to effectuate water conservation. The question then is, how do you fund that? So I think this committee needs to contemplate that and consider that. Is it a general fund project that does turf removal? Clearly, we would participate in the SNWA rebate program. How Henderson has done that in the past is they use that seed money to keep going with turf removal and putting in new xeriscape, and they did a lot of the perimeter areas around the park because then you don't have the runoff into the streets like you mentioned. And you know, that's going to change the look of Boulder City a little bit. It's something that has to be considered. So the question is going to be how you fund it. I can tell you in Henderson, and I believe in North Las Vegas as well, the Water Enterprise Funds funded a portion. I think they funded the seed money to help get the program going for Parks and Recreation, as an example. That's how they did it. I'm not sure that's how they've been doing it, but that's how we started the program back in the early 2000s when the SNWA drought plan just got completed. So that needs to be considered. Is a general fund? How do we deal with golf courses? I can tell you there is a project that is going to do some flood control improvements along Hemingway Wash that is going to remove about 80,000 acre feet, so a couple acres. But that'll be an RTC project that we don't have to pay for. But it's a question of whether we'll get a rebate because of you have to put certain stuff back to get the rebate. So that's an ongoing.
You know, one thing about that is the fact that the city's not paying for that water anyway. Basically, if you remove turf from city lands, that means that's water that's not going to be used, no water that's going to be bought. So there's basically some savings, and that could be maybe twisted around so that some of that money that's being saved because we're not using water could be used to help pay for part of that.
That's right. Yeah. So and that's what I say. So once you kind of get those projects going, you can kind of crunch the numbers to say, here's the rebate, here's the savings in water cost because we don't have to irrigate that piece of property anymore, and that can continue to be a seeding process, if you will. I'm not sure those agencies ever got those numbers that accurate down to an actual number, but clearly it was a bigger issue for them because they're growing at a significantly higher pace than Boulder City is. So, and then there's enforcement. So from an enforcement perspective, we're very passive. We just don't have the resources. So we have one gentleman in Public Works who helps us out in utilities. He's one of those 50-50 guys on the budget. that does energy audits, water conservation audits. He'll respond to complaints on water conservation, but we don't do like the other agencies do with having somebody actively looking for leaks, actively looking for water runoff that violates the ordinances. It's really passive complaint based. And typically we send them a letter and they try to make it better, or they do make it better, oftentimes.
Well, that's another thing about Boulder City. We don't need to have the Gestapo cops running around doing that kind of stuff. You know, if we can
We
take care
don't,
of it like this.
but I think that's the question, right? That's the question, is because if we do, it will effectuate people managing their sprinkler clocks better, irrigating on the right day better, because right now we don't actively even look for that. And because we don't have the staff, well, you know, we can start getting that data off our AMR meters at some level, but we only have a portion of the meters in the system. We don't have 100%. So we can only do that for 1,600 meters or whatever it is, where we could either, one, tell they're irrigating at the wrong time of the day, or if they're irrigating on the wrong day. So even then, we'd only be able to look at a portion of our customers. So I'm just kind of, throwing this out here, because I don't think we're going to resolve any of it today. I think it's more to start the thought process on how we move forward. And again, to me, the one that's going to be legislated, that's almost the easiest one, because we don't have a choice. And we have a schedule.
Do you know if the utility billing department actively watches consumption and notifies customers if they have leaks?
I believe they have a high-low kickout. So
Okay.
if it's a certain percentage above or below.
Yeah, I used to review those.
Kicks them out and they get reviewed, and if it's significant enough, they'll notify the customer that they might have a leak. And
Okay, I had a situation in my HOA where we had a leak, and the bill was, a couple $100 when it's normally $70.
right,
And the bill went to the management company, they sent it to the accountant paid it,
right,
and it wasn't until 3 months later when I got the packet of financials that I saw that there was a leak.
yeah,
Where in that particular case, I think if the city was looking at the high-low report, they should have notified us that there was a leak.
right. And I couldn't tell you sitting here right now without asking him what the variability is on the high-low.
Well,
on
it would
high
have
or the
kicked,
low
it
end.
would have kicked out on a high-low report.
It sounds like it.
Yeah, yeah,
But again, would I say we're passive? We're pretty passive.
okay. Because, that would be a proactive way of helping on conservation if they made, a section of time to actually go through that and call, send letters,
Right.
whatever.
Yeah, and this goes back to, again, I hate to keep bringing this up because we certainly didn't address it in this budget, but, is this something where we try to get volunteers to help out with this? Is it something where we hire part-timers to do some of this enforcement and water conservation management? Is it a full-time person in the future? I think if we can put a skeleton program together that says what we think we need to go do, which to me would be a starting point, and then we can kind of manage, this is what's going to cost for turf removal, this is what's going to cost for enforcement, and kind of put the program together. We've got all the enforcement is in the ordinances, we just don't, it's very passive, like I said. So the tools are there, it's just our ability to utilize them.
Yeah, I don't know how you can get the message. I don't think our community, again, is taking this problem seriously. And by the way, SNWA's models are wildly optimistic because they have the unregulated inflow to Powell in your slideshow, not your slideshow, but their slideshow. It says 4.4 million acre feet, and the prediction now is less than half of that. So we're getting...
What page are you
I
referring
don't know what the
to?
page number is. It's the SNWA That's what we're discussing, right? It was a slideshow that came with the water conservation. I mean,
Yeah, it's one of the 3 attachments on the water conservation.
I
Oh, I
don't
don't know
have
which part,
page
so-
numbers.
You're saying that into Lake Powell is is half of 400,000 acre feet?
No, 4.4 million is what they said.
And you're,
Can you see, I don't know if we can put up that slide, or if it's even worth it. But my point is the numbers have changed since then to less than half of that.
Yeah, it could be, I don't remember.
well,
the date on that one.
200,000 acre feet into Lake Powell sounds.
No, it's 4.4 million, but now they're saying less than 2 million.
Less than 2 million for the full year.
Unregulated flow into Powell, with 16.5 million allocated.
Yeah, because so you're saying it's gonna be more towards 20-some%? I guess I'm probably not doing the
I'm
math
saying
right,
it's gonna
but
be 1/8 of, yeah, you might call that 15% of normal, according to this, according to the updated graph. I'm not accusing SNWA. I think it's excellent that you put this graph in here. I think that's really good, and that they're finally, this is why I blew up at Mrs. Pellegrino. I'm like, I saw this coming, and it's like, this is much worse than what they've predicted. That's my point, and that's why the problem, there's an urgency. It's not Dennis's fault. I think our community hasn't got the memo somehow. I don't know what you can do about that. Maybe make presentations to people and I've tried that, but I haven't been successful.
But bus tours to the lake, let them see the bathtub ring.
I gave a talk on tree rings history at the Historical Society, and one guy said, well, I flew over the basin, there's plenty of snow in the mountains. Well, yeah, but again, the laws of physics are better than tourism. Yeah, there was snow in the mountains, there's just not enough of it, and it's not getting into the river. And this number is the worst number on record for this year. There's nothing worse, the updated number. But it's good that SNWA is finally, recognizing the severity, and the models are wrong. But I don't know how you translate that into your problem of trying to get people to recognize
Right.
that.
And, granted, we all know, because we've seen the numbers since we started this process, since we kind of started it together, a big, huge portion of our usage is irrigation. I mean, it's the parks, it's the golf courses, it's the medians, it's the landscape medians. And so, to me, that's where to focus the program on. And the easiest way to manage that really is turf removal and taking advantage of the incentives that are out there. But it is gonna cost money to do that. And, at some point in time, I feel like the city needs to make a decision to, one, how do you fund it? And then 2, how much?
Is there a mechanism within the city budgetary process for the utility division to float a loan, in broad parentheses, to the municipal park golf course to change to non-potable water?
You could do interfund loans in the state of Nevada, but they have to have a certain payback period, and I think it's 10 years. I'd have to validate that.
You understand what I'm getting at? In other words, we could ramp this up, because what's gonna happen is, even though SNWA is generating or giving us a $3 per square foot lawn removal or grass removal budget, that could help, like you said, the seed money to get the conservation effort started in Boulder City. The other thing that scares the bejeebus out of me, if they're gonna pull grass out of Hemingway Valley, and it is in the slope of the dual-use bike path / flood control channel, has anybody looked at soil scrubbing? In other words, how much doggone debris is gonna flow down that basin and plug everything up
The
downstream?
coefficient of erosion has to be equal or better to whatever they use for replacing, so. And
Yeah,
I don't
that-
think it's.
I lived through 2 or 3 major floods down that valley, and before that grass was there, I mean, it did a lot of damage. And there was talk about taking the grass out, and that they would have to replace it with something like a hardscape or something, because the erosion from that water going down there is so great that it totally washed out those bridges over Pacifica and Vale Drive at
Right.
one point. I mean, it was that bad.
And I
So-
don't even think that they're that far along,
And the smoother
what
you
the
make the
design's gonna look
surface,
like.
the faster the water runs.
That grass is really the reason that, of course, we haven't had any floods for 15, 20 years, but there used to be about every other year, major floods that would go down that wash.
it's
So-
because we used to have rain. But yeah, they're in the infant stages of those, what that's gonna look like, but, you know, they understand they're gonna have to deal with the erosion.
Now, did I
but-
miss it on the turf? So at one point you said you weren't sure if Boulder City got the $3 replacement, and since
No, they
this-
would, we're,
this
we're eligible
legislation-
for the turf rebates.
Okay.
There's some maximum sizes, and, I mean, there's probably some more discussion we could have with SNWA to manage that, but they do have some guidelines around how much you can remove per each project, and so, does that mean with the golf course, we could remove a certain amount every year? Possibly. We just gotta
Per
work it.
hole.
Yeah, and SNWA, I believe, has already provided, the mechanism to, I believe it's on the mini course, where the golfers walked
Yeah.
around with they captured all the GPS data, so they know, unless I'm playing, they know there's significant areas that most golfers are not, not utilizing. They're not as bad as me. So,
But I think with the $3 that you're talking about is a good starting point, because it depends on how much when I've heard other people talk about it, it's usually, if you go to something pretty lush, not lush is the right word, but if you go extravagant, then it covers about half the cost if a professional changes out somebody's yard. That's what sort of I've heard.
And it's also a different type of maintenance. I mean, there are some maintenance costs associated with, you may be losing a little less water, but it's a little more difficult to maintain the xeriscape.
Yep.
It's easy to mow, pretty quick, but when you gotta get in and blow leaves out of rocks and, keep it maintained, and they got bubblers and the drippers, and, they always act up, at least in my yard. It is a different maintenance.
I think one thing we need to do, because this is a workshop, I'd recommend, because I have not seen it yet, that when we put out our mailers, in our bills, our utility bills, we put in some updated information about SNWA rebates. Because a lot of people don't know about it. I knew one gentleman that tore out his whole backyard down to xeriscape, and he didn't realize there was a $3 per square foot rebate to tear out his backyard. And when he found out about it, it was too late.
Whoops.
So because we're not passing along the information, and we are a member of SNWA, I think we need to take and just put a little flyer together, 8.5 by 11 page that goes in the mailer, and say, hey, this is what's available at this time for energy and conservation rebates.
You just have to make sure they understand the full aspects. There's a little bit of fine prints that you don't need to put that in the mailer, but they need to look at the fine print on that.
But at least
unfortunately.
you can give them a website to go look at and get their interest started.
Yeah,
Did you
no,
know if you pull out your backyard and you have certain things that you can get $3 a square foot back to do the work? And if you do it yourself, they don't discount the $3, they give you the $3.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's a good place. There again, I guess I'm all for that too. The more information we get out, the better off we are, and let people know what the aspects are. But
And
I
our
think
communications manager is sitting in the back of the room, so she just heard you, so.
So, yeah, but if I'm hearing some of us, it is hard. Yes, we do have a major problem. Yes, if that's worse than the 2002 input into Lake Powell, then we've got, that was the worst, was 2002. I believe it was 25% input in 2002. And so then next year would be, if we have a really bad next year, because most of the time I've seen, so maybe you've seen, George, is that it usually falls in 2 bad years, then we have a reasonable year after that. I'm just saying that's the way, I'm not saying it's the way it is, but it's a possibility. So next year, if it's a bad year, 3 years in a row, it doesn't happen too often, then definitely we've got some problems, because that hasn't been seen before. But I think still Boulder City, a lot of the long residents, if we can ease into it a little bit more than not, I think it'd be a little more appreciated. Not saying we can't ignore it, but maybe easing into it. So the turf is a great way to start, because it's like, who can really deny that if you're not using it, why should we have it?
Right.
There are other aspects, and that's why. But we have different things. I'm not sure how the jamboree worked out, but like, you know, the park, all this grass around here is used during Art in the Park and Jamboree and stuff.
Yeah.
They use almost every square inch of the
Yeah.
grass.
And I would argue that's functional turf.
Yeah. So, see, is it the grass right in between the parking lot? Is there, because I can't even remember, I'm trying to visualize it, I should know it. Is it right in front of the building or in between where the cars are parked? Is that where that's at, the grass? Okay.
Well, we just replaced the turf in front of the Parks and Rec building, about 6 months ago or a year ago.
The other,
And then that one's arguable. I mean, I guess we can make sure that, you know, it gets used, but I don't know that it gets used right now. And
the other
obviously
thing I have a
replace it.
question though, we talked about, and there was an article in the Review Journal that the wife cut out. What about the ability for the grass to absorb latent heat and reflectivity off the buildings? So you have an increased air conditioning cost? And I heard it was quite significant. And so that might be something else we can argue. In other words, we're saving a lot water for irrigation and taking out our lawns, but now we're increasing the heat load of the buildings. So in other words.
Electricity's going on.
Right.
Well, the heat island effect is something that's, you know, impacting a lot of the communities in the Southwest, and people are trying to get their arms wrapped around what it actually means. And
Because I see the community of Green Valley having a lot of grass to be removed. You know, down Green Valley Parkway by the Whole Foods and the casino and everything else. I mean, that's all fair game.
Well, when the grass goes, the trees that are planted in that grass go too, because those root systems are relying on that grass for water, and so all those trees are gonna have to go too. It's a big deal.
Well, you can do some irrigation, but you have, basically, you can save the trees if you do the proper irrigation, but you've got to keep it in mind. If you don't keep it in
Their
mind.
roots are way out there beyond a 5-foot well or something though. You see, typically when you see that, you'll see those trees that are dying in those parts of town where they've done that.
Can't you put bubblers farther out and try to get the root outline? Yeah.
The other thing that happens is the roots actually burn because there's no cover on them.
Gotcha.
I just had a real good experience with tree roots. If you want the story afterwards, I can tell you.
Okay. And I'm not trying to argue, I'm just trying to debate.
Well, and I think that's why originally this capital improvement plan on the general fund side had the irrigation replacement melded in with some turf replacement and some tree replacement. So when they designed the irrigation system, they were addressing the trees that had to be removed and replaced and all those other things that would have gone with it, so that you make the irrigation system correct when you replace it. But that project, I believe, has been kicked out a few years with regards to the mini course.
But yeah, I think it's, and that's one of the reasons we started with conservation today, so we can start figuring out, especially is there something that this committee can help with?
Right.
And the sooner we start it, we all agree, it's just a matter of what level.
And then the other thing we have to consider is, you know, the double-edged sword of rate shock, depending on how fast we do it. So.
What would the rate shock be? What am I missing?
Well, operations expenses don't normally go down in the utility, so if you're selling less water, you have less revenue. And the only way to make up that revenue is to raise rates. So it's one of the most difficult things of living in the Southwest and managing a utility in the Southwest is you gotta have these water conservation programs, and you gotta save a lot of money, but it doesn't always save on the expense side.
Okay, but, and then as unfortunately, it's hard to, what you're looking at, but Ned brought up a really great point, is the chance of us getting our water back from Southern Nevada Water Authority is pretty slim. So if we save a whole bunch of water, they're just gonna use it someplace else. So some of our conservation isn't necessarily conserving water. So we should do things in a reasonable manner. I'm not saying we shouldn't. But to take away a lot of our trees, a lot of our grass, and to say we're gonna conserve it so Vegas can grow and use more water, because that's what's gonna happen. You're not gonna save it in the lake, South Nevada's gonna use it. So let's think, these are great discussions so we can try to figure out what we can do and what we can sell. So The turf is a great way to start. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, that, non-functional turf. After
Right.
that, then it gets harder, I'm assuming.
All right, so I think, we can quickly, and when I say quickly, well, depending on how we fund it, it wouldn't be until FY '23, so then we'd have basically 3 years to get the non-functional turf removed, but between now and the fall, we should be able to come up with a general plan of here's the areas we think make sense to, remove the turf, and share that with this committee and, figure out how much that would cost, how much rebate would we get back, do it over that 3-year period, and we can estimate the savings and water and everything that goes with that. That's probably the easiest one, because it's very defined. So maybe that's step one.
I mean, this illustrates my point about risk. It's like, that we didn't take that into account. I think the thing with saying, well, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but saying, well, how much of an effort we make is a bit futile if Vegas gets it all. I think that's the problem in a nutshell, is the various users of the water don't trust each other. And it seems to me, well, if we're doing the right thing, at least we can at least feel good about ourselves that we did the right thing. If someone else doesn't want to do the right thing, that's their problem. I'm not convinced that the unlimited growth the growth rate we've seen in Vegas is sustainable with these water numbers. And these water numbers this goes back to my Mrs. Pellegrino debate, are underestimates, because they're running stress levels on higher water input than what we're actually seeing. It's like testing a rope and saying, I'm going to test it with a 50-pound weight, but I weigh 160 pounds, so well, that's good enough, we'll worry about that. In other words, their models are wrong, and they acknowledge that, because they're out of date. To get back to your point, we're not responding on the time scale on which the situation is evolving. We're still stuck with the old models we had, and so I just see problems accumulating. And again, I'm one of 6, 7, but I think we should do the right thing, and then at least we can say, look, with the information we had, we acted responsibly. I don't think we lose our water rights if we use less water. We have 18,000 acre-feet that actually don't exist anyway, if you do the math, because if everyone uses their allocation, the numbers don't add up.
The Southern Nevada Water Authority, if I understand correctly, has the right to use whatever water we don't use. And so once they get used to it, then most likely we won't get it back, 'cause that's where we would lose it. There's a good chance we would not get it back. Because they can say, well, you gave it to us, we did intend to give it back, but now we can't give it back.
That must be in the contract somewhere, I don't know.
I don't think contractually they can take it back. They can certainly decide to leave it in the lake to manage lake levels, but it's our little bit of water is not going to effectuate lake level a bit.
No, what I'm saying, I think, is what few of us are saying is that, okay, we have 18,000, we're down, we're using about 11, somewhere between 9,000 and 11,000 acre feet. If we go down to 5,000 acre feet and Southern Nevada Water Authority pulls that extra 5,000, which I would almost guarantee they would, we might not get that back. So if we find something that we need growth and stuff, it's gonna be hard to wrestle it back.
Yeah.
They're gonna be used to using it, and they're gonna say, sorry, but we don't have it to give it to you.
But that seems to me pushing us the other way, that every user of this water is going to max out their use on the grounds that then they won't take it. It seems to me it pushes the policy in the wrong direction.
But we're not saying that. We're saying, so that's a good point to say we don't want to do that, but we're not saying that. We're saying it's just a thought we have to keep in mind. It's just, so we don't want to rip out all of our, so if you think, part of it is, okay, let's take out all this grass because we're going to do our part. Well, if Southern Nevada uses it, then what oasis and aspect that Boulder City has is taken away just so somebody else can do it. And it isn't, like I said, it's a sort of a drop in the bucket. But we are saying let's look at it. We're trying to look now and not keep pushing it off.
Yeah.
So we are looking, and we all want to try to look and say, and we want people to try to figure out how to conserve wisely. But if we say we're going to be Gestapo tomorrow, that's not going to go over well either, even though the sky could be falling. If we go into a drought, if we have a bad drought next year, something's gonna be pretty hard. It's gonna be, we'll be hit hard if we get less than half or, so next year, it's gonna be bad, I agree with you. But you can't convince the residents until you get to a certain point like that.
Keep in mind, that, you know, it's only 10,000 feet, right? So if we save 20%, that 20%'s 2,000 acre feet, that's not gonna save Lake Mead.
No, but on those grounds, no one does anything.
No, I understand, I'm just saying.
You can always break it down into a unit, you know.
Yeah, no, and that's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is, to me, that's the reason why there's no immediate need to be, you know, use the hammer. I think we can ease ourselves into this through these various programs and still effectuate the
I
conservation.
mean, we can only do what we can do, I agree with that, but I think we should be trying to do the right thing. People aren't gonna like it, I can agree with that, because I sense the residents don't sense the magnitude of this crisis, but I may be wrong.
But again, just to make sure we are agreeing as the committee that we are trying to do the right thing. It's just to what level. But, so some of these comments are just like you're saying here, you know, please let's look at the different sides. That's all I'm saying, and a lot of us are saying, just look at the different sides. We have some things we consider. It's not black and white that we can just do this and it's great. We have to consider what we can do. You know, I didn't realize that, you know, if you're not careful or possibly reduce it, you could lose all the trees in that area. You'd think there'd be a solution. If there isn't, we need to consider that, so.
You just have to drive around town and look at people that have gone to different landscaping in their yards when they try to keep their trees rolled off.
So I'm, you know, I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just saying, it's good to know, that's the knowledge we need to understand and saying, okay, so we might be able to do this, or we might have to suffer this, but let's not do it too quickly and then say, oops, that didn't work.
I think we'd be better off to use the carrot than the stick.
Agree.
Does the city have any sort of water saver program where they give out water saver kits to, you know, little aeration devices for their kitchen sink, or how to test for water leaks in your toilet, and little dye tablets, or?
I can't remember if we get them from SNWA and then, or we hand them out, or if they can get them directly from SNWA. The answer is yes.
Okay.
I'm just not sure we're giving them out directly to our residents. They can, you know, because you can get on the SNWA website and get that stuff. But I have to get back to you on that.
That would be
'Cause
another.
I don't think we are going out of our way to give those kits out, but I'd have to check on that.
But that would be something to put in the utility mailer, letting people know that these are available to, you know,
Right. And
test your toilets and.
And that's a good point, because we are concerned about indoor use here, which is a little bit different from in the valley, because there is no return flow credit, which is partially why our per capita usage is so much higher, because doesn't calculate the return flow credit. So there is more benefit to our customers conserving indoor and outdoor than there is over the hill.
Well, since we have the advantage of having Lisa here tonight, is there a way that we can have sort of like a conservation corner? We either take a section of the billing, do it more often, or we put somewhere that here's the conservation tip for the month or something like that.
She does a lot of that stuff already, and she's going to tell you about it.
Yes, absolutely. I actually have very good contact over at Southern Nevada Water Authority. They provide me information on a regular basis. We utilize it probably every 2 or 3 months. The last utility mailer talked about pools and conserving water with pools, because a lot of people will tend to not put a cover on, and that causes water evaporation. So we actually gave some tips on that. But, you know, we have promoted some of their apps that are available for saving water, making sure that you can actually hook it up to the smart meter on your house. So there are a lot of functions like that we've promoted. As well as, it's been a while since I promoted it, but the removal, it was only $2 per square yard at the time that we promoted it. It's now $3 square foot, pardon me. So yeah, we can definitely get the word out there on a lot of different things and make sure that folks know about it, as well as promote it on social media. Just this past weekend, we promoted the May 1st, you can't water your lawns on Sunday. So we promoted that just this weekend.
I was just trying to go with just trying to encourage what you guys had said. And if we keep it in the forefront, then that's another way we start it, and trying to have it out as much as you can. And if somebody says, oh, I forgot, but okay, there would be something in it. No, where can I find that from my last time? Because it's right here normally.
Right, and what better place than where you're looking at your own bill? So, obviously you open it up and it's there. But we also do post those online so that people who do automatic billing can take a look at it, and they get the link in their utility bill. So that information is posted on our website as well.
Do you, is it possible to have it as one of the links on the first page, or is it already there? Because I'm still having a hard time finding certain things.
If you were to go to our first page, our landing page, there are some items at the top. It's how do I, and then the second one is government. If you hover over government, you'll see news and information on the right-hand side. And if you scroll down, city utility newsletters is there.
Okay, could you put a button maybe as a conservation? And I'm not trying to change everything overnight, but
No.
It's because it's really helpful. I really like that agenda button. I can go right down to that, and
Right.
I can find it. When you've got, as you well know, that's the problem with when you've got this. Okay, go to this menu, go down to this, go down to this. About the third or fourth time you go down, it's like, okay, I give up.
Right. It's a little tricky because we do have certain pages that are utilized more than others. We have certain council members who prefer us to keep certain information on the front page as well. And we're actually in the process of a general election, so all of those buttons are used up right
Okay,
now.
gotcha.
However, I could definitely look at it in July.
Okay, I'm just thinking if we push it out there, if we start getting it in the general flow where it's easy to see, then it's just another step.
You bet.
Where is this thing? You said you go to government and then where?
Hover over government, and on the right-hand side, you'll see news.
Yeah,
And at the bottom of that news, you'll see COVID-19 news releases. There should be one called City Utility Newsletters.
yeah.
That's it.
And then what?
Click on that, City Utility Newsletter.
Right.
And does it take you to a page that has all of the utility newsletters from the past 3 years?
Yeah.
Yep, there you go.
I
I
mean,
can
that's
pull it
kind of
up if everybody would like to see it real
No, I
quick.
believe you, but that's kind of a long chain.
It is, but we have a lot of information out there right now. And with COVID, that's been our
Yeah, I
primary focus. So, but we can definitely take a look at it come July, because I think in July everything's going to start being back to normal, hopefully.
But COVID illustrates exactly my point about risk. It's like, it's not about, it wasn't in the models. And so, yeah, that's not your fault. I'm not accusing you. I'm just saying this should be a lesson for us to learn moving forward with climate changes. You can't calculate the probabilities of things which happen once a century, which is the situation we're in with water. We're even worse than COVID. It's once every 1,200 years, which is an even lower. And it's hard to estimate the probability of these events. Whenever I hear the word COVID, I think we should learn from that and say, we need to be ready and think ahead. That's the point. It's the lack of thinking ahead that got us in trouble with COVID. Not your fault. It's just, that's what my head's stuck on.
Did you have a comment, Greg?
Just really quick, we put that mailer in our bill and other people see it. Why don't we just have a little block, monthly water saving tip? And just a little blurb that's got green around it.
Yeah, that's why I was sort of wondering if we just take, so maybe I didn't, I was thinking, yeah, take a corner of that. You were saying the same thing, take a corner of the monthly and just keep it there. Mm-hmm. And if we can do that,
Yeah.
then it's in, you get a certain percentage of people to see it at least.
Yeah. We understand we do have other departments that are chomping at the bit to be sure that their information is out there too. There's historic preservation, there's public works. There are times where your information might be very small. I think this last one, a half a page, was dedicated to the election. One full side of the page was dedicated to the Southern Nevada Water Authority tips, and then another another half of the page on the backside was all resources for people to utilize through COVID. So we want to make sure that we're getting that message out there as well, because there's still people who can't pay their rent, they can't pay their bills, individuals who are suffering from just having been locked up for the past year and not being able to go out and about. So those resources we put out there so that people could look at that. So the territory may not be a whole, quarter of a page, but I can definitely put some tips out there.
Well, that's great, and I greatly appreciate it. You said July. That's something that's in the future. So I mean, it's close. And so
It is.
I appreciate that. That
Yeah,
you're
it's all sneaking up on us so
yes,
fast.
but it's something it's good feedback. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you.
Thanks. We've got about, I think best to stop at least at 5:40, no later than 5:40, so we have up to 10 minutes. Did you have anything else? Did I cut you off?
No, and I just appreciate the feedback. This was clearly just a discussion to get this started and give you a little bit of update where things are going and where I think we need to start focusing some of our energy on, and then knowing, we're gonna start the budget process again next year. And so it's kind of a budget primer if we're gonna decide to fund some of these activities on the conservation side we need to think about.
Do we want to, and we can discuss it at the regular meeting, but I guess just to sort of finalize it out do we want to try to we said it on the newsletter, do we want to just put it as a agenda item as much as we can, and then if we can just say, keep it to 15 minutes unless we have a big issue or something, that way it's always there and we can keep moving it forward. Does that sound reasonable? Okay, so then we'll make sure we start doing that, and then we can figure out what our next best steps are. Because maybe we have either we do a homework assignment and once they look at put the areas out, we go look at it, or we do a field trip, and I guess we have to drive in our separate cars with COVID, but we could still go look at some of the major areas to look at, cut a meeting short and do that. So it's just some things like that to think about. Okay, anybody else have something on the conservation before we call it good?
Yeah, I have one comment on storing water in Lake Mead. I think, again, the math doesn't add up. So what they say is if you put, 1 million acre feet in Lake Mead, then, 5 years later you can get, 900,000 acre feet back, right? They charge you 10%, but the lake isn't charging 10%. The evaporation rate is like 7%. So again, whenever you start looking at this stuff, the numbers don't make any sense. So how are they going to pay this water back to the people who stored it when it's like putting your money in a bank and they're losing 10% of their capital a year? The numbers don't add up, once again, yeah.
Okay, so, so I guess if it's good, then we'll go to public comment and, from there. So any other comments before that? We'll then get the screen right up there. So let's go to public comment. And again, the number is 702-589-9629. So this is the public comment for the workshop. So one more time, the call-in number is 702-589-9629. Okay, not hearing anything, and again, Josh, we have no emails or anything like that, nothing else came in. So, since we're just a workshop, I guess we don't need to necessarily vote, so we'll just, I'll call for an adjournment at 5:33. So we will then start back up at 6 o'clock for the regular meeting. Thanks, everyone.